sunod. Napakadali kasi makapasok na party list. Ilang 100. Ito, pasok ka na yung party list mo. Kaya ngayon, mangumbinsi lang yung mga KMU, Gabriela, diba? Na iboto tong mga mukong na to, makakapasok na makakapasok eh. Ang pangit tuloy. Sana nakikita na natin yung totoo, kaso ngayon hindi. Mas lalong hindi katanggap-tanggap noong malaman natin na ginagamit ang pera galing sa mga Pilipino para sa pagpatay sa mga Pilipino. Sinabi mismo ni dating Pangulong Duterte. Eh yun nga, naano nga to eh. Ang problema dito na-dismiss yung kaso mo dito, Frank Castro eh. Na-dismiss yung kaso mo dito eh. Diba? So anong kredibilidad mo para gamitin tong kwento na to? Wala, kredibilidad mo lang dito, feeling mo, papatayin ka. Kaso nga lang, wala. Hindi siya nagtuloy. Anong gagawin? At one point, we have to focus on what the truth is. Kailangan, tumutok tayo sa kung ano ba talaga yung totoo. So I hope, yung mga ganitong klase mga nilalang, yan, sila Frank Castro, huwag nyo na iboto. Maawa naman kayo sa Pilipinas, buboto nyo pa ba yan? Huwag na, please. Parang awa nyo na, maawa naman kayo sa mga magiging anak natin, magiging apo natin, di ba? Pero alam nyo mga kochero, ito naman yung ito naman yung, ako I also agree as a law student. Hindi ako agree na papasukin ng ICC sa Pilipinas. As a law student. Bakit? Kasi, sayang naman itong pinag-aaralan ko. Sayang naman itong pinag-aaralan ko, guys. Ibig sabihin, nag-aaral ako sa isang, na maging isang officer of the court na ang sistema rigged. Yun, rigged. Kasi kahit anong gawin mo, hindi ka makakakuha ng hustisya. Nagkakasaya lang ako ng panahon ko kung ganun. Nagkakasaya lang ako ng brain cells. Nagkakasaya lang ako ng napupuyat ako gabi-gabi, kakabasa ng mga jurisprudence, mga kaso, pinag-aaralan ko yung mga doktrina at prinsipyo, tinitiis ko yung mga insulto ng mga profesor, para lang sa isang justice system na alam ko na hindi ko naman kayang asahan at the end of the day. Diba? So, opinion ko lang yon as a law student. Kaya hindi ako payag na pumasok ang ICC. Dahil naniniwala ako na ang ating judicial system ay very active at very vibrant. Of course, hindi perfect. May mga areas for improvement. May areas for improvement. Pero it's not as bad as what these communists are trying to make out of it. Or to what these communists make it. Pag wala kang pag wala kang tibay ng loob sa law school, kinabukasan magda-drop ka na eh. Kailangan talaga diyan tigasan at pamanhiran ng puso eh. So hindi mo titiisin 'yan. Ako hindi ko titiisin 'yon para lang sa at the end of the day hindi ko ma-achieve yung gusto kong ma-achieve. So, I would agree na ayokong pumasok ang ICC sa Pilipinas. But a sincere investigation into the war on drugs should happen. Kailangan talaga mangyari yan. And I would agree kay VP Sara sa mga umaako sa kanya. And matagal ko na rin sinasabi to. Noon pa. Magkaso na kayo sa Philippine Court. Magkaso na kayo sa Philippine Court. What's stopping you? May mga backer kayo, di ba? Ang backer nyo, mga politiko, ang backer nyo, mga non-profit organizations, etc. etc. Sabi nyo, meron naman kayong mga ebidensya, etc. etc. Mag-file na kayo ng kaso. Ito sila Kanyas. Pauwiin nyo ng Pilipinas, gawin yung witness dito sa ating bansa. Pasuntinan nyo kung nasaan man siya nagtatago. Pero balita sa Hong Kong lang daw Hong Kong basta dito lang sa Asia, malapit lang. Tapos may nagbabayad ng may nagbabayad sa kanya ng pang-araw-araw niya, parang monthly allowance. Yun yung chismis. Ako ba nabasa yun? Nabasa ko yun isang beses. Kay yata kay Jun Sabio, yung pag-withdraw ng ni Jun Sabio sa ICC. Doon niya yata yung sinabi. Isa siya doon sa mga tao na hindi na nakakuha ng allowance kay Trillanes. Kaya niya in-out. In-out niya si Trillanes. Sabi niya gawa-gawa lang daw talaga yung kaso. Si Jude Sabio, mga Ojero, siya yung abogado na nag-file ng kaso ng war on drugs. Kasama si Trillanes sa ICC. So, yun. Or, pwede naman siya mag-testify abroad. Wala namang pumipigil dun eh. Pwede naman siya mag-testify abroad. O kung nasa abroad siya, mag-live stream siya. Or iimbatahan siya ng court mismo, ibibigyan siya ng Zoom link para makapag-testify siya. In open court. Pwede naman yun. Pwede naman yun. So, to some degree, I agree dito sa sinabi nila. Mag-file na kayo ng kaso. Pero again, mga kotsero, hindi ako official interpreter ng mga Duterte. So, kung gusto nyo makarinig ng mas pasok dun sa paniniwala nyo at sa biases nyo na sa mga nagmamahal sa pamilyang Duterte, puntahan nyo yung mga yung official interpreters nila. Hindi po. Kasi ako nag-o-observa lang ako sa labas. Ayun. Malapit lang siya. Si Attorney Jude Sabio yung nagsabi na nakaka-resido sila ng allowance galing kay Trillanes. Tapos natigil daw yun. Nung natigil yun, kaya siya nag-out. Kaya niya in-out yung plano. Mas tama yata yung term ng decipherer kaysa interpreter. Oh, well, konti lang kasi nakakaalam ng decipherer. Tsaka mas mas marami kasi nakakaalam ng salitang interpreter. Kaya natin yan. Pero alam nyo, meron nagawa tungkol sa war on drugs ang Marcos administration na bihirang ginawa ni Digong. Diba? Bida-bida silang lahat, diba? Bida-bida silang lahat, sabi. Sobrang success ng war on drugs. Diba yun ang sinasabi ng mga interpreter niya? Yun ang sinasabi ng mga interpreter niya eh. Sobrang successful ng war on drugs, etc. etc. Kaya nga nung bumaba si mahal naming Presidente Duterte, gano'n sila magsalita eh, di ba? Kaya nung bumaba ang mahal naming presidente na si Rodrigo Roa Duterte, bumalik na ang mga pusher sa aming mga kanto. Ganun sila magsalita. Merong nagawa ang Marcos administration tungkol sa war on drugs na bihira if nagawa man. Kasi never ko nabalitaan na nagawa. Na ginawa ng Marcos administration. Ito yung ginawa. Nakipag-usap mismo sila sa UN. UN rapporteur na ipagpulong kay Bersamin sa Malacanang. Nagawa na ba ng Digong to? Bihira niyang gawin to eh. If anything, kapag nagsasalita siya sa UN Security, sa UN Security Council, sa UN General Assembly, lagi niyang inaaway yung mga quote-unquote UN rapporteur. Tapos lagi niyang inaaway yung mga human rights, quote-unquote human rights defenders kasi wine-weaponize daw yung human rights against his administration, etc. etc. So si Digong galit na galit siya sa UN. Galit na galit talaga siya sa UN. Ngayon, kaya bihira siya maipag-usap sa mga raportor. In fact, ilang beses siya siyang sinabihan. Teka, kunin ko nga yung UN raportor. Ilang beses siya siyang inaway. At ilang beses din niyang inaway ang mga UN rapporteur. Example, ito. Ito galing kay Crumpler. Siyempre, galit kay Digong to. Sabi, Duterte threatens to slap UN rapporteur if she probes drug war. Sampaling ko yan. Sampaling ko yan. Sabi ni Digong. Hindi sila friends. Promise. Sabi niya, speaking on Thursday, November 9 to overseas Filipino workers in Vietnam, Duterte railed, kaya sabihin ko kay Calamard, kung imbestigahan mo ako, sampaling kita. I will slap her in front of you. Why? Because you are insulting me. Why? Because you yourself do not believe in the research of your own organization. You are effing me and I do not want it. Siyempre, yung mga Duterte Balahura supporters, tapang-tapang ni Tatay Digong. Wow, sobrang tapang talaga. Lumalaban sa UN. Lang yan, babae yung sinabihan ng sasampalin. Babae yung sinabihan na sasampalin, guys. Ang tapang-tapang naman. Grabe siya. Babae yan eh. Sabi pa niya, nagdala siya ng itim. Black doctor daw siya. Nagsabi doon sa TV. You know, sabi niya, use of drugs is harmless. Sabi ko, PI to. Parang sila sabi niya ngayon, fentanyl is harmless. Oh, patay na si Jude Sabio. Patay na si Jude Sabio. Namatay siya nung pandemic. Anyway. Yan. So, nung si Digong, pag-usapan UN rapporteur, etc., etc., inaaway niya yan. Hindi lang to first time. Maraming beses yan. Pero sa admin ni BBM, ay, walang sampalang naganap. Walang sampalang naganap, guys. In fact, si dating Chief Justice Lucas Bersamin pa ang nakausap. Siya pa ang kumausap, guys. Welcome na welcome ang UN Human Rights Commission. Bakit? Wala naman tayong dapat itago eh. Pero ba tayong dapat itago pagdating sa treatment natin ng human rights? Wala. Ngayong panahon ni PBBM, meron bang human rights violations kayo na nakikita? Pagdating sa war on drugs, wala. Oh, may mga patay ba? Meron. Pero mga lehitimong engkwentro. Hindi katulad ng previous administration, 6,000 total. 6,000, guys. Kung isa-spread out mo yun sa 6 na taon ni Digong, that's 1,000 per year. Kausap ang UN Special Rapporteur Irene Khan sa Malacanang kanina. Sabi, dumating si Kan alas 4 ng hapon sa Bonifacio Hall at naipagpulong kay E.S. Wilson. So siguro ng feeling na meron kang executive secretary na dating Chief Justice, no? Para sa pang-feeling siguro nito. Si Kan ay nasa Pilipinas para tignan ang sitwasyon na may kinalaman sa human rights. Naipagpulong ito sa mga opisyal mula sa 3 sangay ng gobyerno at binisita ang ilang nakakulong na human rights defenders sa Tacloban City. Well, kung yung mga tinatawag na human rights defenders, I will take it with a grain of salt. I won't believe it hook, line, and sinker. Kasi alam niyo naman, pag dito sa Pilipinas, pag tinawag na human rights defenders, mga ano yun? Malamang sa malamang, mga kasama sa communist terrorist groups yan. So, I doubt na human rights defenders sila. Nagtungo rin si Kan sa Cebu City at Baguio City tayo pagpulong sa mga local executives. 10 days. 10 days. In fact, meron pang ang balita na si PBBM mismo will have a meeting with Irene Han ng UN, United Nations. Which, alam nyo mga kotsero, it should be what, kasi ito yung ito yung nakakaloko nung nakaraang pinagpaniwala tayo na yung pagiging bargas o magaspang, yun na lang. Pagiging magaspang ni Digong ay isang katangian na dapat hinahanap natin sa isang leader. Diba? Ganun yung ganun yung pagkakakwento sa atin lahat ng mga nambudol sa atin. Ang pagkakakwento is, tingnan nyo, si Digong, no, hindi siya traditional politician kasi magaspang magsalita. Diba? Nagmumura pa. Hindi siya trapo kasi nagmumura siya. Which, at the end of the day, we realize na wala. To some degree, nabudol tayo doon. Kasi, wala So now, dapat natuto na tayo. May kamay daw na bakal. Sabi ni Dadson, may kamay na bakal. Oh, yung kamay na bakal niya, kinakalawang. Sorry sa mga Duterte Balahura supporters na nandito, iti-trigger ko talaga kayo ngayong araw na to. Kinakalawang yung kamay na bakal niya Or yung kamay na bakal niya, pang lang, may pinipili. Depende kung sino lang gusto niyang patamaan. Ganun. I would understand. I would understand kung bakit madali rin tayong nabola noong mga panahon. Kasi nasanay kasi tayo dun sa mga katulad nila katulad ni Panot Aquino. Dignified, quote unquote, or at least gives the air of statesman, dignified statesman. Tapos alam naman natin na yung kapalpakan na pinagagawa ni Panot Aquino. Alam natin lahat yan. Na-experience natin lahat yan. And now we have after him, we have a president who is completely the polar opposite, as in kabaliktaran talaga ni Panot Aquino, si Digong. Tapos we were led to believe na yung kanyang pagiging kagaspangan at kabargasan is a quality that we should be looking for in our leaders. But it's not. It's not. Ngayon, nare-realize natin na kung wala si um, Attorney Art Tugade, wala siyang accomplishment na matatawag. Si Art Tugade nagkarga kay Digong kay si Digong. Kasi actually tutuusin, wala namang yun lang naman yung yun lang naman yung accomplishment niya na na long lasting. Dalawa lang, and I still hold on to that. I still believe na dalawa yung nagkarga sa kanya during his administration. Yung NTF-ELCAC at saka yung build. And those two projects really, humina ako, Joko. Hello? Hindi niyo na ako marinig. Hello? Ayun niyo ako. Anyway, those two projects, yun talaga yung naging success sa kanya. And up until today, tinuloy yung NTF-ELCAC kasi maganda as in ma-eliminate na natin ng mga komunista dahil sa NTF-ELCAC So that's brownie points for Digong. Brownie points sa kanya. Tapos yung build niya, which really, kung tutuusin mga kotsero, it's really an achievement. So, ang bumuhat talaga sa administrasyon ni Digong si Art Tugade tsaka si Mark Villar. Kasi sila yung humawak ng build. Tsaka kung sino man yung namuno ng NTF-ELCAC. Yun. Congratulations. Pero dun sa iba, ano yun? Question mark yan. Question mark, lalo yung war on drugs. Lalo yung war on corruption. Grabe yun. Yung war on drugs. Etong war on drugs, ito lang yung pinakamaingay Pero baka nakakalimutan nyo na dalawa yung kanyang tinatarget nun. In 3 to 6 months, walang drugs at walang corruption. Alala nyo yun? Ano nangyari? Department of Agriculture. Ano nangyari? DOH. Diba? Ano nangyari? DepEd. Imagine, pati DepEd, guys. Pati DepEd. Nakihalo dyan sa na yan. Yung overpriced camera, tapos yung overpriced na laptop. Ano nangyari? Tapos ngayon, sasabog yung 51 billion ni Pulong. So may talaga. Merong ay no. Hero pa nga daw si DOH Sec ni Digo. Hero si Duque? Saan banda? Naalala ko nung pandemic, isa ako sa mga taong talagang niraratrat ko yan si Duque kasi wala talaga siyang sinabi. Wala siyang ginawa. Ang kumarga sa DOH nung panahon ng pandemic, sino ba to? Ano na siya ngayon shucks. Presidential advisor siya sa sa West Philippine Sea. Ayun, si Guevara. Hindi, meron pa isa. Meron pa isa. Si Guevara, si Magalong, si Galvez. Yan, si Galvez. Siya yung nag-broker ng lahat ng bakuna. Si Secretary Galvez. Diyos ko. Pero si Duque, walang kwenta, promise. Walang kwenta. Ang hero talaga ng pandemic, Yung mga ano, yung mga head ng mga iba't ibang mga task force, yung task force ng para sa vaccine, yung task force para sa screening, yung task force para sa kung saan-saan pa. Sila yung totoong hero ng pandemic. Etong si Duque, walang ginawa yan kundi magdala ng meter stick. Naalala niyo yan? Pupunta siya sa mga palengke, may dala siyang meter stick. Tapos gaganyanin niya yung mga tao, oh, 1 meter lang, 1 meter lang. Anak natin. Alang kwenta. Yun. Meter stick lang ang dala niya. Pero ang nagkarga talaga ng Pilipinas sa buong pandemic, yun, yung mga head ng mga task forces. Sila. Bilib ako kay, kay Galvez, kay Secretary Galvez. Ang galing niya mag-broker ng vaccine. Sobra-sobra pa nga yung vaccine natin eh. Grabe yun. Galing. Sobra-sobra pa yung vaccine natin. Napanisan na nga tayo. Frontliners, iba rin ang humawak dyan, di ba? Si Bergere yata. Kasi siya yung naging ano na ng DOH eh, si Bergere. Si Boy Chaleco. Si William Dar, isa pa yan. O, ba tayo nalugmok sa puro importation nung panahon ni Digong? William Dar. Pasalamat tayo kay William Dar. Diyos ko. Naalala niyo yun nung sumabog yung issue dun sa Pfizer? Na dapat meron na tayong Pfizer kaso nagdili-dali si Duque. Kasi gusto niyang maunang pumasok sa Pilipinas yung mga Chinese vaccine. Grabe yun. Alam niyo ba na napanisan tayo ng Sinovac? Lahat ng China, karamihan ng mga napanis na vaccine galing China. Ayun, Pharmally, isa pa yan. Napakalaki nito na ng Pharmally. Ano na nangyari sa investigation yan? Walang pumirma, di ba? So let's stick to the facts. Yan naman talaga yung yun talaga yung nagkarga kay Digong. But not the war on drugs. Lalo yung hindi yung war on corruption. So okay lang. But anyway, going back kay VP Sara. I would take this with a grain of salt. Hanggat di ko nakikita yung yung totoong kwento tungkol dyan. Or kahit yung kahit yung ebidensya na lang hanggat di ko nakikita yung ebidensya, parang hirap yata ang paniwalaan ng mga ganap tungkol dyan. So yun. So I hope na merong may tumanggap nung dare ni VP Sara. Para makita talaga natin totoong kwento, di ba? Pag-upo ni PBBM, puro smuggling daw. Okay, sige, wala problema. Pero sino ba yung nag-i-issue ng mga import permits dati? Sino ba may hawak ng DA dati? Sino may hawak ng customs? Sino ba nagbibigay ng mga sugar order whatever? Sino ba yung nagre-request ng mga ganyan? Di ba yun? William Dar. Yan ang ating first topic. First topic, guys. Maayos ng sistema ko Hindi ko makita yung mga likes Hindi ko makita yung mga likes. Yan, tuloy. Anyway. Wait lang guys. May ayusin lang. Tagal-tagal ko na kasi hindi ginagawa. Yun. Hindi ko talaga makita yung like ko. Ayaw. Ayaw magpakita sa YouTube. Anyway, well, dahil hindi ko makita, pasensya na guys, kayo na bahalang mag-like. Ba't kayo nakikita nyo? Ako hindi. 505. 531. Ayun, buti pa kayo nakikita nyo. Ako hindi. Daya. Daya guys. Okay. Like lang kayo guys ha. Kasi 1641 tayo ngayon, pero 550 lang yung like. Kasi dayahan nyo, kayo lang nakakakita eh. Uy. Six watching. Oh, 690 na raw. Ayun, 630. 630 lang malabas ha. Anyway. Okay. Game. Ano yun? May DBS daw dito. May mga DBS na nagmamatsyag lang. Oo, marami. Marami. Tapos may nagre-record pa. pero ang tigas ng muka. Nire-record pa yung buong live stream. Ang tigas talaga ng mukha niya, promise. Alam ko kung sino eh. Salamat sabi ko sa'yo. Wala. Pag na lang natin pansin. Kilala ko kung sino yung nagre-record. Nire-record niya yung live stream. Tapos kukuha siya ng mga ng mga palyadong comment tapos ipopost niya. Samsung Ultra Titanium. Itong phone ko? Ultra 23. Nakakuha ko lang ito eh. Tapos biglang naglabas ng S24 bad trip. Sabi ko, saka na nga ako bibili ng bagong phone. Anyway, ayoko ito kwento ko lang maraming nagko-convince sa akin na mag-iPhone na. I've never been an Apple user. Siguro one time lang, yung tablet, iPad. That's it. Di ako naging Apple user ever. Oo. Ayan, eto, balik tayo sa topic. Ayan, yung kay Peter Lim. Ano nangyari kay Peter Lim? Anyway, tuloy tayo sa ating next topic. Ito pa isang halimbawa na kapag nakikialam ang mga komunista sa mga isyung pangbansa, pumapangit lalo yung kwentuhan. Hindi ko alam kung bakit. Pagko-comment lang ako din sa isa. Pasensya, please don't get offended. Pero ayoko kasing gumamit ng China phone. Pasensya na po. Nag-usapan na namin ng misis ko yan. Kasi meron siyang gustong China phone. Sabi ko, huwag na tayo mag-China phone. Bibila na lang kita ng Samsung. Kahit gaano kamahal pag Samsung. Hindi tayo tutulong sa ekonomiya ng China. Ito na mangyari. Pero syempre, di ba, ibang pyesa ina-assemble sa China. Pero Taiwan naman yun. Taiwan naman kasi yun. Hindi lahat yun galing sa mainland. Ay, iba doon, galing, mas majority is galing ng Taiwan. That's phone discrimination. Pasensya na. Anyway, tuloy tayo, game. Kasi ito na, pinag-usapan na natin yung pinag-usapan na natin yung Mindanao ilang araw na. Di ba yung Mindanao? At alam natin kung kahapon pinag-usapan natin kung bakit merong ganitong klaseng move para isulong yung independence ng Taiwan. But I don't think it will be successful. I don't think mas nakikita ko na ito yung distraction kaysa doon sa bangag. Yung BBM bangag. Hindi yun na nakikita akong distraction eh. Ito yung mas nakikita akong distraction. Itong Mindanao. Kasi alam naman ni Digong na imposible mangyari yan. Alam niya yun. Pero he's throwing it out there. Bakit? Para i-distract yung tao doon sa issue ng fentanyl. Para hindi na pag-usapan yung fentanyl. Ba't ko naisip yan? Mamaya ako paliwan. Pero yun ang nadadama ko dyan. Kasi mga kotsero, itong si Raul Manuel nag-comment siya. Ano yung comment niya kanina? Duterte's Mindanao secession bid could be ICC escape plan. So si Raul Manuel talaga hindi ko alam ba't nahalal ng kongresista to eh. Yung party list talaga na yan dapat tanggalin na. So ito dapat yung inaamyendahan sa constitution eh. ito party list na to. Tignan nyo gano'ng kabobo naman to. Ang bobo nito, sobra. Ang bobo talaga ni Raul Manuel, promise. Yung mga dating Makabayan Black, yung grupo nila ni Bigote. Yung grupo ni Bigote, yung mga nauna sa previous admin. Medyo matatalino yon, may utak yung mga yon. Kapag pumulitika sila, politika talaga. Tsaka maganda yung pasok. Suabe, kumbaga. Suabe. Itong naiwan, itong tatlo, si Franz Castro, itong si Raul Manuel, at saka si Arlene Brosas, ay, bobo talaga akong bobo, promise. ICC escape plan? Pelikula to? Ano to, pelikula? ICC escape plan na wala. Ayan si Carlos Zarate, Yun yung mga naunang mga komunista. Carlos Zarate, Saturnino Campo. Ayan yung grupo nila. May utak yun eh. Kapag namulitika sila, si Nery Colmenares, pag namulitika sila, ay swabe, maganda yung pagkapasok ng politika. Hindi mo siya ang hirap ibatikos. Kasi swabe. Yun. Kumbaga, hindi masyadong obvious na namumulitika lang sila. Ito hindi eh. Ang bobobo eh. Bistado yung kabobohan, no? Tapos nagmamayabang pa siya, summa cum laude daw siya sa UP. Sige na lang, nakahappy eh. Diba? But anyway, ito kasi sinabi. Kabataan Party List Representative Raul Manuel warned against the hidden agendas behind the plan to separate Mindanao from the Philippines, a proposal echoed by former President Rodrigo Duterte. Nakakapagtaka ang timing nito. Bakit hindi ito pinanawagan ni Duterte habang Pangulo pa lang siya? Ngayon lang niya naisip gawin ito dahil wala na siya sa kapangyarihan ng tagugunaw na ang alyansa nila sa mga Marcos. Okay? Pagsalba lang ito sa balwarte nila para maprotektahan ang kanilang poder. Mawalang galang lang po pero hindi nyo pagmamayari ang Mindanao. Okay. Ito pa sabi. Sa katunayan, nais lang gawing escape bunker ng mga Duterte ang Mindanao. Sa panahong tugisin na sila sa ICC. Kapag umusad ng investigasyon at nahatulan sila sa kanilang mga krimen sa mamamayang Pilipino, imbes na humarap at dinisin ang kanilang pangalan, di lang sila tatakbo pero maghahasik pa ng gulo sa bansa. Alam nyo, mali ka ng banat dito eh, Raul Manuel eh. Summa cum laude ka pa naman daw. Malabo pa sa sabaw ng pusit na mahiwalay ang Mindanao sa Pilipinas. Sabihin nyo yan kung posible. Sabihin nyo yan kung posible na mahiwalay ang Mindanao sa Pilipinas. Pero hindi. Paano niya gagawin na gawing bunker ang buong Mindanao, escape plan ang buong Mindanao, kung imposibleng magawa yun? Dapat ang binatikos mo napakagahama naman ng Duterte na to. Ganon. Gustong pagharian ng buong Mindanao. Yun ang banat dyan. At least kung yun, medyo pasok ka. Kung yun ang binatikos mo, medyo pasok ka. Kaso hindi. Ang binatikos mo, ICC. Nagsalita na ang Solgen. Kulit. Kung kulit-kulit kasi ng mga ng mga propagandista ng mga Duterte Balahura supporters eh. Ang sabi, ICC can issue arrest warrant. O pwede siya magbigay ng warrant of arrest. Pero enforcement is another matter. Enforcement. Anong ibig sabihin nun? Simple lang naman, guys. Dito sa Pilipinas, kapag nagbigay ka ng arrest warrant, merong mag-e-enforce ng arrest warrant. Kapag ang korte ay naglabas ng arrest warrant, merong PNP at may NBI at kahit ano pang law enforcement na mag-e-enforce ng warrant of arrest. Last I heard, wala namang pulis ang ICC. May pulis ba ang ICC? Sino mag-e-enforce niya? Sino mag-e-enforce yan? Kung ayaw natin makipag-cooperate dyan sa ICC, warrant of arrest na yan. Subject to approval pa yan, Ram Gonzales, kung Interpol. Subject to the approval of the state pa yan. Take note pa ako, Chero. Kaya nga ito yung paulit-ulit na sinasabi. Simpleng paliwanag na lang. Simpleng paliwanag. Kaya kaya importante yung usapin ng jurisdiction. Sa jurisdiction, ang jurisdiction po kasi, ang ibig sabihin niyan, ang korte ay magkakaroon ng kapangyarihan una sa cause of action doon sa kinomplain, sa nireklamo, at saka doon sa person. Yun ang ibig sabihin ng jurisdiction. Magkakaroon ng kapangyarihan ang korte doon sa kaso, sa cause, at saka doon sa person. Kaya importanteng usapin dito yung jurisdiction. Hindi ho basta-basta na, kasi di ba binabato-bato yung salitang jurisdiction, walang jurisdiction ng ICC sa Pilipinas, etc. etc. Konti ang nakakaintindi. Simple lang yun. Ang jurisdiction ay ang pagkakaroon ng kapangyarihan ng korte doon sa kaso at doon sa tao. Lang yun. Ngayon, kung walang jurisdiction ang korte sa kaso at sa tao, paano siya magkakaroon ng kapangyarihan na i-enforce ang kanyang desisyon? Wala. Wala siyang magagawa. Wala siyang magagawa. Kasi kumbaga sa bahay, para makapagpatayo ka ng bahay, kailangan mo ng titulo ng lupa. Kung magpapatayo ka ng bahay sa lupa na hindi mo titulo, anong tawag sa'yo? Squammy. Squammy ka. Or illegal settling. Yun ang tawag doon, di ba? Illegal settling. Yun ka. Wala kang kapangyarihan doon. So, yung titulo, yun yung jurisdiction. Kung wala ka nun, hindi mo may enforce yung arrest warrant. So, eto, kaya nga sinabi ng Solgen, kahit maglabas ang ICC ng arrest warrant, problema pa rin nila yung enforcement. Bakit? The ICC may issue a warrant but its enforcement in Philippine territory is another matter. That's why cooperation with the Philippine government is crucial. Squambag. Squambag ang tawag. Informal settler, ayan, thank you very much. Solo Island. Informal settler. Thank you very much. Yun. Informal settler na. Wag ganun kumbaga, for lack of a better illustration, ganun si jurisdiction. Jurisdiction yung titulo doon sa lupa. Kung wala ka nun, wala kang karapatan doon sa lupa. Lalong hindi ka pwede magpatayo ng bahay. Dahil kapag lumabas yung merong jurisdiction o merong titulo, may-ari ng titulo ng lupa, anytime, pwede kang paalisin. Ganun siya. Kung hindi makikipag-cooperate ang Pilipinas sa ICC, wala silang magagawa. Kung hindi ite-turn over ng Pilipinas si Digong, si VP Sara, si Bato de la Rosa at si Bongo sa korte ng ICC, hindi magkakaroon ng jurisdiction ng ICC sa person nila. Wala silang magagawa. May mga nagsasabi, may Interpol naman. Paano si Interpol? Ang naalala ko nagsabi niyan, sila Trillanes, tsaka si this guy, Ronald Llamas. Sabi niya, may Interpol naman baka etc. Take note yung kanilang language. Pag pumayag ang Pilipinas, baka maaresto ng Interpol. Baka. Pero kailangan pumayag ang Pilipinas. Hindi mo pwedeng i-violate ang sovereignty ng kahit anong bansa. China lang ang gumagawa nun. China lang ang gumagawa, ang lumalabag sa sovereignty ng ibang bansa. Hindi natin pwedeng gawin yun. If you are a country that respects international law, ay hindi mo gagawin. Ayun na nga, Krisan, Gamulo. Iyon nga ang punto. Bakit? I-highlight ko yung question ni Krisan, ha. Yun naman pala eh, ba't nila inaaway si BBM dahil sa ICC? Exactly my point. And it's also my question. Anong trip nila? Ilang beses nang sinabi ni Presidente na hindi tayo, ang Pilipinas, ay hindi makikipagtulungan sa ICC in any way, shape, or form. Sovereignty. Hindi yata talaga naiintindihan ng mga tao at ng media ang sovereignty. Ang sovereignty, mga kotsero, ay ang kalayaan ng isang bansa na tahakin ang landas na mas makakabuti para sa kanya. Yun ang sovereignty. At ang soberenya ay nanggagaling sa taong bayan, hindi sa gobyerno. Sa tao. Kaya nga ang explanation dyan, kaya nga ang Pilipinas is both democratic and republic. So, yun. So, kaya yung sinasabi ng ating gobyerno, importante na maipagtulungan sila sa atin. Walang issue kung nandito sila. Hindi issue yung nandito sila at nag-iimbestiga. Which they also cannot do without informing the government. Magkakaproblema sila pag nagdesisyon si PBBM at sinabi niya, ay sige na nga, kunin nyo na tong mga to. Doon sila mang problema. Pag sinabi ni PBBM sa ICC, asan ang warrant nyo? Amin na yung warrant nyo, i-enforce namin. Yun ang problema nila. Doon sila magkakaproblema. Doon sasakit ang ulo nila. Doon sila dapat magwala. Kasi may 4 na taon pa. May 4 na taon pa. Sino yung sabi niyan? Anong kapangyarihan ng ICC to block any economy? Haktan. They're a court. They're not even a country. They're not a country. They're a court. Ang Amerika nga hindi party sa ICC eh. Hindi nga siya party sa Rome Statute na apektuhan ba ekonomiya nila? Hindi. Wala nangyari sa economy nila. Payaman pa rin sila ng payaman. Sabi niya, he said the ICC prosecutor must investigate evidence that is both incriminating and exonerating. Ibig sabihin, dapat ito ay makakapagpakita ng guilt or innocence. So it can be incriminating or exonerating. In other words, his investigation must be free from bias and prejudice. Otherwise, it is insufficient for the issuance of a warrant. Yun. So kung yung isa lang naman yan, basically, kung yung isang side lang ang pinapakinggan mo, kung yung isang side lang ang pinapakinggan mo at wala kang nakukuhang ibang perspective, dahil hindi ka makapag-imbestiga na maayos, paano ka makakapag-issue ng warrant? Sino lang ba nagsabi na mag-i-issue ng warrant? Sino ba nagsasabi na mag-i-issue ng warrant? Di ba si Trillanes lang naman? At magpapaniwala kayo kay Trillanes? Kailan ba siya naging member ng ICC? Kailan ba siya naging member ng ICC? Si Trillanes. Last I heard, tatakbo lang siya mayor ng Caloocan. Nagpapaniwala itong mga Duterte at yung mga kanilang mga supporters sa chismis ni Trillanes at ni Llamas. Anong basis ng kwento ni Trillanes at ni Llamas? Haka-haka nila. Nabudol si Duterte ni Trillanes. Ha ha ha. Oo, malamang sa malamang. Ba't siya naniniwala kasi kay Trillanes? Ba't sila kumaagat sa chismis ni Llamas? At isa pa, mga kutsero, alam naman nating lahat na sa sobrang bait ni PBBM, kahit winalang hiya siya ng pamilya ng Duterte, tinatrato pa rin niyang kaalyado tong mga to. Ba't hindi siya maipag-usap ng diretso? Bakit dinadaan niya dito sa puro pagkukuda ng bangag, etc., etc., whatever? So, ibig sabihin, mga kutsero, they're not really interested na maipag-usap. Gusto rin nilang magpa-distab. Gusto rin nilang destabilization. And mga kutsero, destabilization is not started in the military. Hindi yan nag-uumpisa sa military. Ang distab, nag-uumpisa yan sa citizens, sa taong bayan. At kapag nag-umpisa na ang citizens na wala na ng tiwala sa leader, sa pangulo, sa mga inelect nitong mga tao, si military are going to choose. Mamimili sila. Susunod pa rin ba sila sa kanilang commander-in-chief or poprotektahan nila ang citizens? Alam niyo ba ang mandato ng konstitusyon? Is to protect the citizens. Bakit? Alam niyo ba kung bakit ang nakasuot sa Constitution, yung Commander-in-Chief is the President of the Philippines, which is a civilian? Kasi the civilian should have supremacy over the military. And the ultimate representation of a civilian is the President of the Philippines. Kaya ang Commander-in-Chief ng military is the President. Ngayon, kapag nawala ng tiwala ang taong bayan sa presidente, poprotektahan ng militar ang citizens, hindi ang presidente. Kaya itong ginagawa nilang to, yung distab na tinutukoy nila, hindi nila yan tinatarget sa militar. Wala silang pake sa militar. Because the constitutional duty of the military is to protect the state and its citizens, not the president. So ang gusto nila, sirain ang tiwala ng taong bayan sa presidente para hindi na nila kailangan magpa-impeach. People power 3 na lang. Ganun. Kaya ang ang drama nila, presidente, bangag, adik, etc., etc. Ganyan din ginawa niya sa mga ibang kalaban niya before, di ba? Ni Digong. In fairness kay Digong, magaling siyang gumawa ng kalaban. Magaling siya sa propaganda, magaling siyang gumawa ng kalaban. Para hindi siya mabatikos masyado, during his term, ginawa niyang kalaban ng mga dilawan. Nung kulang ang propaganda laban sa dilawan, ginawa niyang kalaban mga NPA. Nakalaban naman kasi na talaga yun noon pa. Pero hinighlight niya lalo yung pagiging kalaban nila. Ngayon, ang gagawin niyang kalaban, itong presidente. Para malayo sa kanya yung issue. Or sa pamilya niya yung issue. Yan yung sinasabi nilang political genius. Master strategist, art of war. Yun. Kaya itong sinasabi nito ni Raul Manuel, palpak yan. Ang pangit ng batikos niya. Hindi ubra yan. Dapat, ang tinutukan niya, itong People's Initiative para sa Mindanao Secession. Bakit? O Raul Manuel, kung napapanood mo tong video na to, paano? Kumuha ka na ng tip. Kumuha ka na ng tip. Oo, bahala ka. Pero one time ko lang sasabihin to. Kumuha ka ng tip. Kumuha ka ng papel at ballpen. Kasi, ang gusto niyang gawin sa Mindanao Secession ay People's Initiative. People's Initiative. Yan ang gusto niyang gawin. Sa Mindanao Secession. At si PRRD, ilang beses nang lumabas na kumukontra sa People's Initiative. Kasi ang sinasabi niya, ang nasa likod daw nito ay si FL Marcos at Martin Romualdez. Yan daw ang nasa likod nitong People's Initiative. Sabi ni Digong. Hindi naman natin confirm yan. Pero ang confirm ngayon, si Martin Romualdez ang nasa likod ng People's Initiative. Bistado huli ng pirme. Sinabi ko na sa inyo yan before, di ba? O meron mga hindi naniwala sa akin. O, yun ngayon ang sagot. Sinabi ko na sa inyo, umpisa pa lang, ayaw nyo maniwala. O yan, lumabas tuloy. Sabi niya, bakit pumasok sa utak nyo yung People's Initiative? Anong nakain nyo? There's nothing wrong with the Constitution. The environment of the Philippines seem positive. Walang problema. Alam niyo talaga si Digong, full of contradictions to The environment of the Philippines seems to be positive. Positive daw, sabi ni Digong. Pero may drama sila nung linggo. May one opposition silang drama. Ino-oppose niyo yung positive developments ng Pilipinas. Walking contradiction talaga to si Digong Walking contradiction. Ayan. Galit na galit yan. Sa People's Initiative. Ulit ng Davao. Aarestuhin daw niya yung mga nagpi-People's Initiative. Bakit ito yung tinutukan mo? Bakit ito yung dapat mong tutukan? Kasi napaka-ipokrito ni Digong para sabihin na magpapa-People's Initiative siya para sa Mindanao Secession. That's double talk. Ano sinabi niya? Magpapaano daw siya? Signature campaign. Through Alvarez. At alam naman natin kahapon na pag-usapan natin si Alvarez matagal na siyang gustong kumalas ang Mindanao dahil China is knocking. China's knocking, guys. Ayun. Pero anong sinabi ng Mindanao? Ito ang sabi ng Mindanao. Mindanao lawmakers reject proposed Mindanao secession. Ay, hindi. Isa ka lang, Alvarez. 299 kami. Marami sila Pag isa lang si Alvarez, hindi uusad to, guys. Hindi uusad to. Ito sabi ng mga Mindanao people. Mindanao congressmen.
The statement of the president, former president, and former speaker of the House, former president was 6 years president in our country. There was no call for an independent Mindanao. Speaker Alvarez was 3 years speaker of the House. There was no call from him on seceding Mindanao from the Philippines. So now, they're not the president anymore or the speaker, and then they don't want to give a chance to President Marcos. Under Davao Pilipinas, it's only 1.5 years. And 1.5 years, correct, of his term. So we have to give a chance to the president, and therefore any statement about seceding independent just tries to really bring up stoke the fire, because it is also true that Mindanao does not also really get a big part of the budget. But ever since Ruben Canoy, my mayor of Cagayan de Oro, put this up, there has been presidents have been trying to be able to increase more budget, but not as what we would like this to be done. So that means that we do not want independence, but we want additional budget for the land of promise. Malayo kami. We are far from the centers of power and governance. And that is why now, with President Duterte and Speaker Alvarez saying that, I tell you, many who have also felt the poverty in Mindanao has some sympathy for this. But I am saying that let's give a chance to this administration with President Bongo Marcos, who is inclusive, including Mindanao, to be able to provide, fulfill the promise of Mindanao. And I am confident that with the President, we will be able to increase more budget, especially we're going to the budget process for this coming August, to precisely to stop this kind of, trying to, have a heated, you make our people, go on this and think about it. To be able, through progress, through development, stop all this kind of proposals, because we want to be strong, united Philippines. Thank you.
Yun. So yung mga kongresista ng Mindanao, we're not talking about Davao only, as in Mindanao. Kontra doon. Ayaw nila. Partida, mga kutsero, ayan si Rufus Rodriguez, dilawan yan. Partida. Pero nakakatawa lang na sinabi din niya na let's give the bagong Pilipinas a chance. Ito pa yung nakakaano dito, ito pa yung nakakalungkot dito. Marami dong mahihirap sa Mindanao. Pero ang Davao City First District nakakuha ng 51 billion. Imagine. Naghihirap daw ang Mindanao. Naghihirap, guys. Pero ang budget na ibinigay saan ba to? Sa First District ng Davao City under Congressman Pulong Duterte, umabot ng 51 billion. Hindi, di ba? Ba't ganun? Bakit ganun? At alam nyo kung bakit medyo mabait ang mga taga Mindanao kay PBBM this time around, not unlike before, but mas mabait. Kasi mga kutsero, pakita ko lang sa inyo to. 2.4 trillion pesos worth of infrastructure projects ang ipapasok sa Mindanao. Ito yung inclusive. Lahat maikinabang. A Mindanao growth pushed with 2.4 trillion infra projects and strategic investments. According to DOF Secretary Benjamin E. Jokno, an indicative 2.4 trillion, trillion mga kotsero, trillion. Hindi billion yan. Trillion na halaga ng proyekto ang nakaumang na, nandiyan na, papapasukin na dyan sa Mindanao. Hindi lang yan, hindi lang first district ng Davao yan. Buong Mindanao yan. Ano yung mga proyekto na papasok? 100 kilometer Mindanao Railway Project itutuloy na finally. Fina-finalize na yung right of way. Buti na lang. Naasikaso na yung right of way. Davao Public Transport Modernization Project, 73.9 billion. Yan na, ADB ang nagpondo. Digital Infrastructure in Mindanao, Department DICT, shared that more than 1,500 free Wi-Fi sites have been deployed and about 1,200 digital transformation centers have been established. Magkano ang pondo para sa renewable energy sa Davao next year? 543 billion. Buong Davao. Buong Davao, hindi lang Davao City, buong Davao. Buong Mindanao, hindi lang Davao City First District. Diba? Tapos gusto niyo pang bumukod? Gusto niyo pang bumukod? Talaga? Kaya niyo ba yung 2.4 trillion development sa Mindanao ng kayo-kayo lang? Or lalapit kayo kay Mother China para mapondohan yung mga gusto nyong gawin dyan? Sheshe! Sheshe, sheshe! Shishi. Kaya pala, kaya gusto nang suluhin para makapag-partner kay Mother China, no? Shishi. Itong sinasabi ni Raul Manuel na tawag dito, gagawing escape bunker, etc. Wala yan, maliit na bagay yan. Walang ano yan. Andaling i-debunk niyan eh. Hindi naman lang inisipan ng konti ni Raul Manuel to eh. Pero alam niyo mga kotsero, yun. Yun na talaga yung paano nun. Yun yung doon na papunta yun. Eh, malabo naman mangyari din eh. In the first place. Malabo mangyari. Sino ba namang aayaw sa 2 trillion na development fund? Sinong tatanggi sa 2 trillion na development fund? At ready na yun ha. Nakaumang na. Papasok na lang, nandyan na. Yung iba doon na umpisahan na. Ay yung pinramis ni Digong na na Mindanao Railway na pupondohan daw ng China. Ano nangyari? Wala nangyari, di ba? Wala nangyari, di ba? Ano talaga kapag ay pagkaibigan kasi si Digong eh. Si China. Wala nangyari dun sa Mindanao Railway. Diyos ko, wala nangyari. Ilang city nga lang nga yun eh. Tagum. From Davao City papuntang Tagum. Yun lang yun. Maikli. Pero ano nangyari? Wala nga. Tapos 51 billion. Ano nangyari sa 51 billion? Wala nga. Diyos ko. Kinchana. Korean yan eh. Kwenchana daw yun eh. Kwenchana yun. Kwenchana. Budol-budol. Kwenchana yo. Ay, no. It's okay daw, ibig sabihin nun eh. Okay daw. Okay. Kwenchana. Kwenchana o Gwenchana? Gwen. As in G. Sabi na misis ko, K daw eh. Kwenchana daw yun sabi. Oh, sige, Gwenchana. Para happy lahat. Oo, para happy lahat. Gwenchana yo. Ay, nako. Gwen China. Diba? Kasi again, mga kutsero, hindi ako galit kay Digong. I don't feel anything for Digong. Unlike before, medyo pag nakakarinig pa ako ng batikos kay Digong, medyo nabubisit ako. Bakit? Bulag pa ako nun eh. Nauto pa ako nun. Pero yun talaga nagpa-turn off sa akin kay Digong. Itong distab effort niya. Itong distab effort. Sobrang nakaka-turn off. Hindi ko naiintindihan kung saan nanggagaling eh. Hindi ko naiintindihan kung saan nanggagaling. Yung mga naunang yung mga dating presidente, pagkababa ng pwesto, in-enjoy ang kanilang pagiging sibilyan. In-enjoy nila. Tumahimik sila. Yung isa nga, namatay na lang, hindi natin alam eh. Yung isa namatay na lang, hindi natin alam. Nagulat na lang tayo isang umaga, nabalitaan natin, patay na si Panot. Mysterious disease. Ayun. Pero to si Digong, hindi talaga. Tapos sasabihin niya, kaibigan ko si Marcos. Kaibigan ko to eh. Hindi ako nakikipag-away sa kanya. Pero bangag talaga. Maniwala kayo sa akin. Diba? Ewan ko. Nakaka-turn off. Sobrang nakaka-turn off. Doon talaga ako na turn off talaga. Yung distab. Tapos Quinchana. Criselda Apare, salamat sa yung super chat. Kay Caves Ortun, salamat din sa yung super chat. Kay Raiden Shogun, salamat sa yung super chat. Tapos meron din tayong mga stars. Ang dami nating stars. Oh. Kay Ma'am Cerila Valverde, salamat sa yung stars. Sabi niya, good morning Coach Jared, sending love and aloha. Salamat po. Alvin J. Hernandez Estrada, napload mo na yung Nino Barzaga. Interview niya si Dionisio, dating PIDEA chief. Okay. Haba na message ko, sir. Pero salamat sa stars. Ligaya Bruni, Edeline Martinez, Marieta Locasi. Salamat po sa inyong stars. At kay Ruben Esperanza. Yun. Salamat po sa inyong pa-stars. Ayan. At bago tayo magpatuloy sa ating next topic, as usual, mag-shoutout muna tayo sa mga kaibigan natin sa Sendwave! Yan. Kung kayo ay nasa US, UK, Canada, Italy, France, Spain, Ireland, and Belgium, ay pwede na kayo magpadala ng inyong mga remittance sa Pilipinas gamit ang Sendwave. Gagawin nyo lang, i-download ang Sendwave app, gawa kayo ng account, at lagay nyo pa account details dyan. At pwede na kayo magpadala sa GCash, sa mga bangko at iba't ibang mga pawn shop sa bansa. At kapag ginamit nyo pa ang promo code na Coach Jared, makakuha kayo ng karagdagang $20 free credit. Kaya gamitin na po si Sendwave for all of your remittance needs. Shindwave. Shindwave talaga. ang swangit. Walang Sendwave sa China. Wala. Bumabagsak na ekonomiya ng China, guys. Kaya kating-kati sila ngayon dyan sa West Philippines Sea. Anyway. Sendwave. Game. Last. Hindi na to. Topic na naman natin si Senator Amy. Again, hindi ako hater ni Senator Amy, by the way. May mga nagsasabi, oh, hater ka na ngayon ni Senator Amy. Dati, hindi naman. Hindi naman ako hater ni Senator Amy, but I would admit that I'm really, really, really disappointed. Masama bang ma-disappoint? Masama bang ma-disappoint? Siyempre hindi. Nakaka-disappoint kasi Senator Amy. Sarili niyang kapatid, hindi niya mapagtanggol. Pero yung yaya sisterhood niya, wagas ang pagtatanggol. Diyos ko. Adoptive father niya, wagas na pinagtatanggol. Oh, mga kapatid niya sa labas, pinagtatanggol niya. Diba? Grabe siya. Nakaka-disappoint talaga. She chose her side and she is sticking by it. Ano ko ba? Baka panoorin na lang natin to. Gagawin natin, panoorin natin yung interview niya kanina. Ni-interview kasi siya kanina sa sa ANC. Tapos, ito yung sinabi niya. Isasalba daw niya ang unity. Chinese name ito, Aimi. As in A-I-M-I. Aimi. Kita ako dito kay Rene. Aimi. Chinese name. Ayan. Inihayag ni Senadora Aimee Marcos na gagawin niya ang lahat para maisalba ang UNITEAM kasabay ng pagsabing hindi niya matanggap na unti-unting nasisira ang alyansa sa pagitan ng mga Marcos at Duterte. Sabi niya, let's be candid. I will do anything to salvage the UNITEAM. Remember, I am also apparently the author of the UNITEAM. Totoo naman yun. Tama naman yung claim niya na yun. Walang mali doon. Ipaglalaban ko ang pagkakaisa ng Marcos at Duterte because Vice President Sara has actually said and revealed that I brought her in and convinced me to be the running mate of my brother. And as she got roped in, we determined to coin the name, apparently for me as well, UNITEAM. And I'm determined to salvage whatever shreds remain of that unity. Dadaan niyo kami sa drama-drama eh. Alam niyo kasi, Senator Amy, with all due respect, and I think, alam naman ni Senator Amy kung paano ako gumawa ng content. With all due respect, we would have respected your position more if you defended your brother and VP Sara. Kung UNITEAM talaga ang pinagtanggol mo. Pero hindi. Hindi mo pinagtanggol yung UNITEAM eh. Pinagtanggol mo si VP Sara. Iniwan mo yung kapatid mo sa ere. Natural, yung mga sumuporta sa UNITEAM, lalo na ako, na hindi ko talaga binitawan yung UNITEAM hanggat hindi ko talaga nakikita na bitak-bitak na yan. Pati disappoint sa'yo. Ikaw ba naman maglabas ka ng statement, through thick and thin, I will stand by the Dutertes, ha? Bakit? Bakit Duterte? Ito pa sinabi. Ito binanggit ko na to kahapon eh. I-reinforce ko lang ngayon. Sabi niya, indeed, I am the president's sister. I am also a senator whose bounden duty is to protect and defend the Constitution and the Republic. I'm also a mother, so like you, we have a stake in the future of our children. And let's not forget, I am the daughter of Ferdinand Edralin Marcos. I am his firstborn. And I will never allow the Marcos administration to be used once again besmirch his name and ruin his legacy. Wala namang sumisira sa legacy ng Apo Lakay. In fact, marami pa nga rumerespeto sa pangalan ni Apo Lakay hanggang ngayon. Kaya nga nagtatago kayong dalawang magkapatid sa likod ng pangalan niya. Pag nababati ko sila, pala nyo. Ito atin na nyo, nung kampanya, nung campaign, sino ang nagdala kay PBBM? Pangalan ng tatay niya. Yung legacy ng tatay niya. Bakit yun ang binibira ng mga kalaban ni PBBM nung panahon ng kampanya? Bakit ang binibira yung estate tax? Ang binibira yung mga achievement ni Apo Lakay, puro graft and corruption, martial law, etc. etc. Ang number one pang bira kay PBBM dati is anak siya ni Ferdinand Edralin Marcos. Bakit? Kasi nga yan din ang dahilan kung bakit siya binoto ng taong bayan. Gusto natin magkaroon ulit ng isang katulad ni Ferdinand Edralin Marcos dyan sa loob ng Malacanang. So, nung kampanya, nagtago sa likod ni Apo Lakay. Binoto na nila. Ngayon, binabati ko si Senator Amy. Anong sasabihin niya? I am the daughter of Ferdinand Edralin Marcos. Ay sana po, naisip niyo po yan bago po kayo kumampi sa mga Duterte. Bago nyo po sinabi na through thick and thin, I will support the Dutertes. Nakakasama ng loob to si Senator Amy, ha? Promise. Ngayon yung sasabihin, I'm the daughter of Ferdinand Edralin Marcos. Bakit? Alam kasi nila na yung mga taong nakakakilala kay Apo Lakay, siya yung nirerespeto. Tapos ngayon magtatago na naman sa likod ni Apo Lakay. And ito lang if you need to remind people who you are, then you're not actually acting like who you are. Sa Tagalog, kung kailangan mong ipaalala sa mga tao kung sino ka, then hindi ka talaga kilala ng mga tao. Apo Lakay card. Parang parang sa mga boss nyo sa kumpanya. Kung kailangan mong sabihin na ako boss mo, makinig ka sa akin. Hindi ka boss. Hindi ka boss. Kailangan mo paalala sa tao na ikaw yung amo eh. Kailangan mo paalala sa tao na ikaw yung boss eh. Hindi ka boss. It's the same thing. Kung kailangan mo ipaalala sa tao na anak ka ni Ferdinand Edralin Marcos, eh baka hindi ka talaga nakikita ng taong bayan na anak ka ni Ferdinand Edralin Marcos. At hindi ako naniniwala sa mga conspiracy theory na anak siya sa labas, etc. etc. Hindi ako naniniwala doon. It's more of how she is behaving right now. Kung paano siya gumagalaw ngayon. Na parang iniwanan niya yung kapatid niya sa ere. Iniwanan niya yung pamilya nila sa ere. Simple suporta sa kapatid, hindi magawa. Okay, puntahan natin yung ano. Kasi nung nabasa ko to, may nagsend sa akin dito kanina. Sabi niya, Coach, mukhang napanood yata yung video mo kagabi. Yan ang sabi. Isip ko naman, baka naman hindi, baka yan lang talaga yung naramdaman niya, di ba? Wag tayong mag-assume. Yan ang sabi ko. Pero to yung interview niya kanina. Pasensya na mga Coach, medyo mahaba to 16 minutes. Para lang natin. Para lang alam natin kung totoong kwento dito sa balita ni Abante. Ni Abante, guys. Okay, tuloy natin.
The president had his own rally in the Philippines, or People's Gathering, and former President Duterte had also his own gathering in Davao, in which the vice president shuttled, in both gatherings, frankly, but we were in Davao. So now there seems to be a declaration of war. The Dutertes are now united. The former president, Vice President Sara, Mayor Baste, you've heard the accusations against your brother, and even Pantaleon Alvarez, who was once in opposition with the Vice President on Head Start, said kakampihan niya yung taga Mindanao. So you have the Dutertes all united, and Ronald Llamas has said on Head Start, the Dutertes really pose a threat to President Marcos Jr. What are your thoughts?
Well, the Davao rally was scheduled way in advance. And
Advance ba
let me
talaga?
be candid, I will do anything to salvage the unity. So that was my entire purpose, to go to Davao, attempt to speak to the Dutertes, and of course, chat with VP Inday, whom I haven't seen for a bit.
Yeah.
So it's very, very clear that my effort was simply to try and patch things up, because to my mind, the principals continue to work with each other very happily, except when interference from so many other pressures, influences, and other politicians come in. That's the problem. So I think saying
Nagsasawa na ako dito sa mga sinasabi ni Senator Amy na sinisisi lagi ibang tao. Alam nyo, mga Kochero, at this point, kapag nagpapapressure pa rin sila sa mga tao nakapaligid sa kanila, hindi ba kasalanan na nila yun?
Kusang ihi ng ihi.
Why don't you umpisa tayo sa square one. Start tayo sa accountability.
Sa mga patapat ihi.
Start tayo sa accountability.
Sa bayan,
At kung meron ding kung nakikialam in her mind kasi nakikialam daw kasi si Martin Romualdez at iba pa, whatever they are.
Nami-miss namin.
Pwede rin kasing nakikialam din tong kabila. Si Digong tsaka yung musino pa. Pero dun sa kabila, dun kala Digong, meron siyang paliwanag, meron siyang excuse.
Mahihilig ba naman ng ipis yun?
that the Dutertes are now one against the Marcos administration is oversimplifying things a little bit. The vice president already issued a statement saying that she's grateful and to the president for his support and continues to abide by the 8-point agenda. She also said that she is not in agreement with all her relatives either. So there's the two of us now who are not really in agreement with many relatives, but it's not impossible. There is no need to be cookie cutter Xerox copies of each other. We can still work together. Regarding the accusations, you'll have to steer me away from drugs dahil wala talaga ako.
Tsaka huwag na natin iuwi doon. Huwag na natin iuwi doon kasi nauwi sa discussion eh. Oo, diba?
Kaya ako na sila mag-backbacken dyan kasi talaga ako wala akong alam. What heart-wrenching.
Naano ko nga rin eh, nung ano.
Ay, wala ba kayo? Wala siyang alam.
Sabi ko, paano?
Ay, wala ba kayo? Wala siyang alam. Kapatid ka, hindi mo alam.
Iniiba usapan.
Anyway. O sige, sabihin natin wala talaga siyang alam. Sabihin natin, assuming na wala talaga siyang alam. Pati na niya sabihin, hindi totoo yan. Never kong nakita. Hindi totoo yung sinabi ni Digong, wala akong alam. Pwede naman ganun eh. Wala akong alam na pagkakataon na nabalitaan, naamoy, nakita ko ang aking kapatid, ang aking ading na nag-cocaine. It's a categorical denial. She can't do that.
For me is the separation of Mindanao from the rest of the Philippines.
But you see,
nakakasakit naman yun, pero I know where it's coming from. I know exactly where it's coming from because I've been to Mindanao so many
Laging
times.
meron siyang
I'm
excuse, no?
Ilocana.
For the
And
Dutertes.
I've seen the roads in Ilocos Norte in stark contrast with the historic injustice of Mindanao.
I mean, you're bringing this up, but former President Duterte was in power 6 years. He's from Mindanao. Right, but why didn't they could have done more in Mindanao?
Exactly.
They did a great deal in Mindanao. Davao
What?
is stunning and it's so well developed and
Davao?
planned. And really, 6 years against the centuries upon centuries of deprivation,
But
neglect,
if
and
one visits
ignorance.
Marawi, if one visits Marawi,
51 billion nga lang first district eh. Hindi ko naiintindihan talaga. Na-improve naman daw ang Davao. Oh, yun nga, Davao lang. 51 billion nga, first district ng Davao eh. Ay, bihira ako kumampi kay Karen Davila, pero tama yung punto ni Karen Davila dito. Oo, 6 years ang umupo. Ay, oo, 6 years umupo si Digong, ba't hindi niya na-improve ang Mindanao? Tama ka, Ronald Osorio. Davao is not the whole of Mindanao. Hirap ipagtanggol si Digong, no?
none of the residents are back in ground zero. I mean, but let's not get into this economic Mindanao debate. That number one, bringing up the secession of Mindanao, Senator, isn't this to make a point that I will cause you trouble? That's the message. I will cause you trouble, Mr. President. I will be the pebble in your shoe for 4 more years.
I don't like to see it as a threat because, Karen, I've heard this secession of Mindanao many, many times.
In fairness, matagal na yan.
Sheer frustration and anger at the abject lack of equity, of injustice, really. It's been historical, and every Mindanaoan will tell you the same. And anyone from Luzon, like me, from the far reaches of Ilocos, can see the stark contrast. It's painful. It's unacceptable. And I understand. And
Yes,
even
Sorry natitrigger talaga ako pag kinukumpara yung Mindanao sa ibang lugar. So kinumpara sa Ilocos, but ang ganda-ganda no ng Ilocos, etc., etc. ang Mindanao, ang pangit-pangit, etc. etc. So it's a problem of governance, don't you think? Problema na siya ngayon ng gobyerno, ng pamamahala ng gobyerno. Sino ba namamahala ng LGU dun? Sino bang humihingi ng mga budget para ipagawa sa ang lugar nila? Naka 51 billion nga ang first district ng Davao eh. 51 billion, guys. 51 billion. B. Capital B. 51 capital B. Ilyon. 51 billion ang first district ng Davao. At sinabi ni Karen, 6 na taon nakaupo si Digong bilang presidente ng Pilipinas. Presidente ha ng buong Pilipinas. Hindi man lang niya na-improve ang Mindanao.
Agree with the former president's proposal?
No, I don't agree, and as I said, it's heart-wrenching. I hope it never happens. It's horrible to think that
But I understand.
The republic
Diba?
will be eviscerated, our entire archipelago, divvied up. And I also know and understand, even if I don't accept, the
I understand.
call of Mayor Baste Duterte regarding the president's resignation. Right. I wasn't there. I had gone somewhere else in Davao to have a meal or something, and I was very taken aback. I think it came as a surprise. When I saw him later on, he said, "I'm very sorry," and I know where it came from. Talaga naman na masisindak ka at sasakit ang loob mo kapag narinig mo, ikukulong ba naman yung tatay mo, ikukulong din yung ate mo. Talaga magagalit ka. So, I know of that place where he's coming from.
Okay. Now,
So I haven't lost hope. I continue to pray that we can put things together and that the unit team in some form or other will continue to survive and help the country in the future. Ang laking bagay, if we
Senator Amy, can you confirm this now? Okay, my sources tell me that you can correct me if this is wrong, that at one point, former President Duterte wanted to speak with President Marcos Jr. And I'm not sure if you were the conduit to that. Was there an attempt like that and the President declined it?
Oh, I recall that the
Tama ka, James Bong. Mas inunawa pa niya yung Duterte kaysa kay presidente. Yun yung naririnig ko kanina the whole time. Kaya hindi na ako nakatingin eh. Binabasa ko na lang yung mga comments eh. May binlock ako isa kasi nag-flood. Wala namang kwenta yung comment niya. Sorry siya. Yun. Buti pa sa no? Buti pa sa Duterte understanding si Senator Ay. Buti pa sa Duterte.
President actually met my brother for a long meeting last year, and my brother, we saw him after because there was a dinner with the senators, quite late as a matter of fact, because they had spoken for so long. And it was about the West Philippine Sea and how to establish good relations with both the United States as well as China.
The ICC. I wanted to ask senators. Some are saying that really what's pushed the president not pushed is the ICC issue.
Yes, what was not pushed through was the meeting that I think President Duterte announced he needed or wanted to have with the president regarding the closure at SMNI. As regards the ICC, I don't recall that there was a meeting requested. But I do get puzzled. I am confused by the stand of the administration.
See?
The president says 100% no. The DOJ says, well, if they come, we'll entertain them. Or they're just here as I'm not sure, observers, ano yung parang turistang namasyal, pero ini-interview yung mga testigo. Nalalabuan ako eh, gusto ko talaga marinig kung ano eh.
So ba't hindi mo intindihin yung sinabi ng kapatid mo? Siya naman yung presidente ng Pilipinas. Si Boying Remulla ba ang presidente ng Pilipinas? Hindi. Sino bang sinusunod ng DOJ? Presidente ng Pilipinas. O ba't hindi mo na lang paniwalaan yung sinasabi ng kapatid mo?
Ng mga container van.
Hindi naman kailangan malito eh. It's so simple, guys. It's so simple.
Dati naman meron na dito.
Dati
na yan.
meron naman sa atin dati.
Kaya lang isahan lang.
Lord Alan Gutierrez
Hindi,
Tomines,
ibig
salamat
sabihin,
sa inyo.
hindi siya double deck. Kasi sa ibang bansa.
Sa ibang bansa kasi double.
Di ba?
Kaya noon, dati pagka yun, minsan ang haba.
Why care about the opinions of other people? Presidente yung kapatid mo.
Sarado.
Sinabi na ng presidente, hindi makikipagtrabaho sa ICC. Di ba? Yung sentimiento ni Baste na binabastos yung kapatid niya, naintindihan niya. Pero yung sinabi ng kapatid niya na hindi papapasukin ng ICC, may question mark pa rin.
Sarado eh. Hindi kasi pwede mag-overload sa Metolay.
Oo. So, clearly,
Para sa akin,
okay, let
the
me
entry of the ICC is a real affront to our judiciary, to our justice system, and to our sovereignty as a nation. I think we should
Agree din naman
oppose
ako
it
dun.
with every bone in our body.
Agree ako doon, tama siya
But do
doon.
you think that's the trigger? That's what's pushing the former president to now behave this way?
Well, there's no telling, even by his own children, what President Duterte will do. He's a real street fighter. So what the triggers are, we're not always clear, but I'm certain that the ICC is among them. Certainly the inclusion of others, 2 senators, as a matter of fact, 2 colleagues, both Senator Bato, Senator Bongo, as well as the Vice President, complicates the matter even further.
Okay. Now, at one point, November 8, 2023, you were quoted as saying, you were in the Senate, through thick and thin, I'll stick with the Dutertes, right? You said this last year.
Yes, I will never forget, and I will always be grateful for President Duterte's final allowance of my father's being buried in the libingan ng mga bayani. So, malaking usang loob namin doon at hindi ko kailanman makakalimutan yan dahil hindi naman popular yun na desisyon. Talagang naglustay rin siya ng political capital dyan. Maraming galit, maraming nagsasabi hindi tama. So I'm very grateful for that. Maliban doon, hindi dahil kaibigan ko, no? Although kaibigan talaga namin yan, maliban doon, talagang kaibigan ko sa pananaw. Like my father, he is very insistent on an independent and sovereign foreign policy. He's very proud to be Filipino. So
You don't agree, but you don't agree with your brother's foreign policy now?
Well, I have issues with allowing all the EDCA sites, officially 5 plus 4. Many say it's actually 17. I think they will be targets for unnecessary attack by other powers. And we have no fight with anyone, neither China nor the United States. But on the other hand, neither should we be compelled to choose between the two. Hindi ba natin kakawain?
Galit sa US pero okay lang West Philippines ibenta sa China. It's weird. I don't understand. Ako hindi ko na siya maintindihan. Dati madali siyang mabasa eh. Ayun, wala. Bahala siya. Diskarte niya sa politika yan. Bahala.
Fight to survive.
But do you agree more do you agree more with former President Duterte's foreign policy on China?
I agree with President Duterte's foreign policy that is independent and sovereign. I do not see him as having been the lawyer for China.
He is.
Many people perceive that, but to me, The propaganda has become virulent these days. Let us remember, we are a small, struggling island country.
Bilis magtanggol kay Digong talaga. Ang bilis. Grabe, galing.
And China will always be our neighbor. They're a huge trading partner. We have no fight with them. Ang lapit-lapit po ng Ilocos Norte sa Taiwan. Ang takot ko lang. Huwag tayong madadali. Let's not get dragged into a fight that's not our own. We cannot be a proxy for anyone. And as much as we have cultural and emotional ties, even family ties with the United States, let us remember that their wars are not ours.
Okay. Now, when push comes to shove, I think the question now is, who will Senator Amy Marcos support? I mean,
Yes, like the United
are you
States.
going to stand by your brother? Are you going to stand by the president?
I will stand by what is right. I think that I was taught well by my father. And first there is God, then there is country, and then there's your family. So that order will have to be upheld. And ganyan talaga eh. Yung mali, mali. Eh, yung tama, tama. Mahirap man, eh talagang tuloy-tuloy na lamang yan. Talagang tiisan tayo at alam na.
Ay,
Masahol pa sila sa walang value eh. Tumang huli eh.
Nakita lang nilang galimang PC yung butas eh. Open pa.
sorry, nawala ako.
Ako, friend. Huli mo yan. Yan ang stock fight ko.
Hindi ko. Tira nyo ha.
Stock fight niya. So, narinig mo ba? May ingay.
Lahat ng batikos kay Digong, pagtatanggol niya. Nakita niyo, kaya ako pinapapanood sa inyo to eh. Itong interview na to. Para makita nyo yung nakita ko. Na kapag binabati ko si Digong, tanggol agad siya. Tanggol agad. Pag polisiya naman ang kapatid niya, kontra agad siya. Kitang-kita, di ba? Kaya ako pinapanood sa inyo itong interview na to. Para hindi na lang siya kwento-kwento para sa atin lahat. Reality na siya. Tapusin natin.
Naman natin, napakahirap. Pero kailan ba dumanas ng madali ang isang Marcos?
Okay, you are seen right now by some as a house divided, although you are hailed as being independent. So, personally, as a senator, I've read the comments on social media, and you are being praised for your independence. But then, politically speaking, you have some that have said the Marcoses are a house divided, unlike the Dutertes today. Your thoughts on that?
I think we're oversimplifying and attempting to paint a contrast that's not really there. As I said earlier, Vice President Sara once more last night reiterated that she doesn't abide by all the opinions and feelings expressed by her family members. And in fact, she is proud to work alongside my brother and supports the agenda wholeheartedly.
Palit na lang kaya kayo. Siya na lang kapatid ni BBM.
VP at talagang tumatalima siya sa paniniwala ng kapatid ko. Ako naman, hindi naman ako tumututol, sabihin natin. Hindi ako nakikipag-away, miski kay speaker. I'm just giving advice, pinapayuhan ko lang at pinagsasabihan kasi ako ito eh. I have to express this and I think it's unnecessary to be misleading, deceiving, and even inducing poor and ignorant Filipinos to sign something they don't understand.
Okay, my last question, we don't have enough time, but you could have gone on for 2 hours, frankly, is this. If the president is watching now, I know you haven't seen him in a while. Well, he's just probably come back from Vietnam. I think that's the latest report, right? What is your message to President Marcos Jr.? Because you would want him to succeed. So what is your message to him?
Well, I've said it time and again to stand firm and put an end to this PI that they started. Until now, he says that we need to study it, consult legal luminaries. The COMELEC on its own has also said that the signatures are still alive. There's no deadline, there's no expiry date. They can be reused and recycled for a future effort. Naku, wag naman, isang tabi na yan. It was illegally, unconstitutionally obtained. Huwag tayo papayag. So, perhaps you can make a very firm and clear-cut stand, put an end to the PI, and let's do this properly together. And there will be no controversy. Also, with the ICC, let's have the DOJ and all their employees, undersecretaries, and what have you, echo the president's message that there should be an end to this. This should be clear. Government can't go rogue and everyone is just saying different things. It is most confusing for us and most of all for foreign investment. Business does not like unpredictability, unreliability, changes that come from nowhere. So, yun na lang, siguro sasabihin ko, magalit ka na, bong-bong. Ilang beses ko na sinabi yan. Magwala ka na, mabait ka masyado, pero kapag ang isang tao ay mabait, hindi naman dapat sinasamantala. Di ba?
Okay, babae dyan, guys. Okay, babae dyan. Well, so now you know what I'm trying to say. Ilang araw ko na sinasabi to eh. Ilang araw ko na pero itong interview na to was, you know, it's a revelation. Yan ang nga sabihin natin. It's a revelation. Revelation. Kita nyo naman eh. Nung binabatikos ni Karen si Digong, todo tanggol si Tapos pag tinatanong si Sen Aimee tungkol sa mga issues niya kay presidente, change topic. Hindi niya direktahin ang sagot. Marami magtatanggol. Sasabihin, hindi lang plastic si Sen Aimee, etc. Wala problema. Hindi naman yung pagiging plastic o hindi ang pinag-uusapan dito eh. Ang pinag-uusapan dito kasi is what's really wrong? Ano ba talaga ang mali sa ginagawa ni PBBM? Take note wala akong pake sa ginagawa ng mga nasa paligid niya. Pero yung presidente, anong mali ang ginagawa niya? Linawin niyo sa amin. Kasi puro insinuations lang naman eh. Ang sinasabi lang nila, inuuto kasi na ni Martin Romualdez. Inuuto kasi ni Lisa ng asawa, si Lisa. Inuuto ng kung sino-sino. Really? Do you really think as a sister, as the presidential sister, naniniwala ka doon? Kaya hindi mo siya kaya ipagtanggol? Sabihin nyo na lang yung totoo. Yung sa drugs, yung sa cocaine. Ba't tayo mo sagutin ng rekta? Ayaw mo sabihin bakit? Hindi ko naiintindihan eh. Kapatid ka, tapos hindi mo mairekta. Tapos sasabihin pa na turo ng tatay ko, God, country, and family. Okay. But you cannot deny na family matters as well. And at times, lalo na kung may mali, wala akong problema dun eh. Yung kapag merong maling ginagawa, batikusin mo. Tama lang yun. Walang mali dun. Pero ba't pag yung mga Duterte ang mali, hindi mo mabatikos? Baka sobrang bait lang din talaga ng kapatid mo. Kaya siya lang ang binabalingan mo ng inis. At di mo rektahin yung talagang kinakagalitan mo. Rektahin mo na yung mga kinakagalitan mo kasi. And don't imply, wag niyo pong ipakita sa amin na ang kapatid mo it seems that you are agreeing that what other people are saying about your brother is true. Kasi ano ba, will silence means yes dito sa sitwasyon na to? I don't know, maybe. Will silence mean yes? Maybe. We don't know. Are you trying to salvage your political career in 2025 and in 2028 kung alyansa nyo ni VP Sara? Yun ba ang pinangahawakan nyo? Eh tuloy nyo yung ginagawa nyo ngayon. Wala kayong alyansang pag-uusapan in the future. Kasi masisira ang political career nyo pareho. Masisira ang political career niyo pareho. Siguro what we're asking what we're asking is a little bit of fairness. Siguro yung fairness lang or yung pagiging lang ba? Yung pagiging consistent. Kung mali yung ginagawa ng isa, dapat mali sa lahat. Kung mali yung PI ni Martin Romualdez, dapat mali rin yung PI ni Digong. Ganun. Kung mali yung pakikipag-alyansa sa US, dapat na ginagawa ni BBBM, dapat mali rin yung ginawa ni Digong na nakipag-alyansa sa China tapos wala tayong napakinabangan. Dapat mali rin yun. Hindi rin dapat katanggol-tanggol yun. Kung naiintindihan mo si Baste kung bakit siya nagagalit sa administrasyon, siguro naman mas madaling intindihin yung mga bagay na sinasabi na mismo ng kapatid mo. Unless naniniwala ka na hindi niya paninindigan yung mga sinasabi niya. Diba? Tapos magtatago uli siya sa salita na, I am the daughter of Ferdinand Edralin Marcos. Lest we forget, I am the daughter of Ferdinand Edralin Marcos. So please, live up to the name. Live up to the name. Ganon din kay Presidente. Live up to the name. Anyway. Ayun. Siguro, mas disappointed lang ako kasi syempre loyalist ako eh. So mas may sa akin yung disappointment ba. Mas may siya, mas may dating. Kasi ito yung ito yung politika na nakagisnan ko eh, bata pa lang ako, ito na yun. So to see, para makita on my end, makita ako na ganyan yung dalawang magkapatid. Parang, bakit? Dapat kayo yung nagkakampihan. Sinabi na nga niya kanina eh. Para sa Marcos, nothing is easy. Hindi ba niya maisip yun tungkol sa kapatid niya? Marcos din naman yung kapatid niya. Tingin ba niya, madali yung pinagdadaanan ng kapatid niya? Anyway, I hope one of these days but I doubt it will happen. I doubt na mangyayari itong hino-hope ko. I hope one of these days she will wake up and smell the coffee. Kasi nakaka-contribute siya sa pagdi-disturb sa kapatid niya. Sana ma-realize niya yun. Sana ma-realize niya yun. nakaka-contribute siya mismo, kapatid, nakaka-contribute siya sa pag-destabilize ng administrasyon ng kapatid niya. Anyway. So, nandito na lang muna tayo mga kaibigan. Alas 2 ka, alas mag-2:30 na. Pahaba mga live stream natin. Dati 1 oras at kalahati lang tayo nag-live stream. Ngayon, 1 oras kalahati na. Na-extend tayo ng 1 oras. Bawasan ko kaya ng isang topic, no? Magbawasan ko ng topic para di masyadong mahaba. Anyway. Okay lang ba bukas na tayo mag-shoutout? Kasi 2:30 na eh. 2:30 AM na dito, guys. Pasensya na. Pasensya na. Bukas ha. Si Shidigong kasi. Si Shidigong kasi eh. Anyway, pahinga na muna tayo, guys. Pahinga muna tayo. Itulog muna natin tong natin, mga nararamdaman natin. So mga kutsero, bukas na tayo mag-shoutout ha. Pero mag-shoutout ako sa mga nag-stars. Wait lang. Saan ba? Saan yung stars? Baka kasi meron mga hindi nabasa kanina. Nakakaya. Nabasa ko naman lahat. Pati yung mga nag-super chat. Si Chris Jr. pala, di ko nabasa. Shoutout sa'yo, Chris Jr. Skyflake, shoutout din sa'yo. Rosemary Munoz, shoutout din sa'yo. Ayan. Thank you very much. Okay. So, mga kotsero, hanggang dito lang po muna tayo, ha? Huwag niyo pong kalimutan mag-like, mag-share, at mag-subscribe sa Coach Jared YouTube channel. At magkita-kita po tayo bukas muli sa Coach Jared Live. God bless you. And see you next time, guys. Bye!
The Sun is a giant sphere of unimaginably hot plasma. It has no solid mass, meaning it doesn't have a distinct, solid surface like Earth. Instead, it is composed of layers made up almost entirely of hydrogen and helium. And so the surface of the Sun is considered the first visible layer, called the photosphere. It reaches scorching temperatures above 5,500 degrees Celsius, making it hot enough to melt diamond. Sparsely scattered across the photosphere are also enormous dark features called sunspots, which are caused by disturbances in the Sun's powerful magnetic fields. The magnetic fields are very active here, often tangling, crossing and reorganizing, frequently causing sudden, powerful explosions of energy called solar flares, blasting out into space at extremely high speeds. The Sun is a giant sphere of unimaginably hot plasma.
todo kayod para sa pamilya? Mag-Centrum Advance.
May over 25 protective nutrients.
On my clock, in this cock, mask on my face, hesitate to give me some, I'ma catch a murder case. On my clock, in this cock, mask on my face, hesitate to give me some, I'ma catch a murder case. Duty on the clock, when I get clock, whipping on the scene, when I get click, wheel on the beat, on me, that's it, on me, to take the key, when I'm in, I take the key, when I'm in, I get duty on the clock, when I get clock, whipping.
Sure Gold with HMB and triple protein helps slow down muscle decay and build muscle strength. Stay strong.
When I say these are both 1000 watt motors, I'm using the data provided by the motor manufacturers. So to be precise, the drone motor is rated to 928 watts, and the e-bike motor is probably rounded to the nearest kilowatts. But there's more to the specification than just the power. For example, this tractor has the same horsepower as a Nissan GTR, but the Nissan has a top speed of 195 miles per hour, and the tractor can barely reach 25. And this is very similar to the motors we are comparing. The e-bike has a top speed of 28 miles per hour and has a wheel diameter of 26 inches. This means that at top speed, the e-bike motor spins at about 360 RPM, but the drone motor can spin up to nearly 30,000 RPM. This causes a bit of an issue because if we were to spin a 26-inch bike wheel at 30,000 RPM, the bike would be going faster than the SR71 Blackbird. So we need to gear it down a little to spin the wheel at a more reasonable speed. An 11-tooth bike sprocket has a diameter of roughly 5 centimeters, and to get a ratio of 80:1, which is what we roughly need to convert the 30,000 RPM down to 360 RPM, means we would need a rear sprocket with a diameter of roughly 4 meters, which obviously isn't possible. But instead we can use a series of belts and pulleys to bring the RPM down on the motor side before attaching the chain. For this specific application I'm going to use a 4:1 pulley ratio straight off of the motor, and then another 4:1 ratio to the output shaft. This means the output sprocket will spin just under 2000 RPM, and because my previous supercapacitor bike project required a large rear sprocket too, when combined with the pulleys we should have a final wheel RPM of around 360, which matches the e-bike perfectly. So let's start designing these pulleys using Onshape, which is a cloud-native CAD system. If you're familiar with using CAD softwares already, Onshape is very intuitive to use, with its labelled tool menu and clear parts list, and also includes industry-leading manufacturing-specific features for sheet metal, frame-based design, configurations and detailed drawings. But unlike many other CAD softwares, Onshape works in a browser and is accessible across all operating systems, as well as iOS or Android devices. And because it's cloud-based, you no longer need an expensive computer to run it, and all your work is backed up on the cloud, so you won't lose anything if your computer freezes or crashes. It also allows you to collaborate with teammates or vendors on the same project at the same time, which is why engineering teams at companies like Formlabs, DHL and Trek choose to use Onshape. And if your company uses a CAD system, I highly recommend you try Onshape at onshape.pro/Tom Stanton, or click the link in the description down below. The next step is to make the mounting plate for the motor and pulleys, which I cut from aluminium on my CNC router. This could then be clamped to the bike frame using a couple of 3D printed brackets, and we can then start mounting the components, starting with the output pulley, which I've attached its sprocket to using a few bolts. This can then be attached to the main mount with the shoulder bolt, which is essentially a precision shaft bolt that the bearings will spin on. I can then fit the bike chain and tension it accordingly by sliding the mount along the frame. So with the belt fitted, the centre pulley can then be attached in a very similar way, and can be tensioned using a small idler bearing in this slot. And finally we can mount the drone motor and see how well it turns.
How does that look?
With the hardware complete, it's time to fit the electronics that will power the motor, as well as a small Arduino board to convert the analog throttle signal into a digital signal that the drone motor controller is designed for.
Perfect, mate. Look how good wiring that is. Right, here we go.
Ooh.
It's
going the wrong way.
That's some power, though. That's some power, though. Like, I can feel the wheel. Like, there's some torque in there.
The perfect smile is the one you don't hold back. Colgate Optic White O2.
First test. Hey. Look at that. Oh. Just moaning. Oh dear.
Oh, the chain's coming off.
Just look at it. It's ridiculous how small that little motor is. So baby. Oh no. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh no.
That motor is bloody boiling.
I can smell it.
Doesn't smell good. I think we need a slightly bigger motor.
Oh, yeah, that is, yep. You cook an egg on that.
It smells really bad, doesn't it?
So we obviously need a new motor with some more torque, but also one that will fit the current motor mount. So I found this motor, which is also designed for drones, and is only slightly larger than the previous motor. However, the difference is that it only spins to 15,000 RPM instead of 30,000 RPM. In theory, with half the amount of max RPM, the motor should output double the amount of torque for the same power. Now I say in theory because the 1000 watt ratings on these motors are actually for the electrical power and not the actual physical output power. So the only way to find out is to give it a test. I also moved the motor and pulleys to a different part of the bike to shorten the chain as well as stopping it from rubbing on the frame, which should hopefully reduce the chance of it coming off.
Let's play to you.
I think that's got a bit more power now. So let's see how this goes.
Good luck, sir.
Thank you.
Oh, just go for it. Oh, dear.
It's got even more speed than that.
Really?
That's still not full speed, but the problem is the chain's I need to tighten the chain.
Let's have a look.
It's really loose. Because the chain's so loose, it hits this pulley. See there? It hits the pulley, so it's actually like worn. If you look at the belt here, so it's like worn like there.
Oh, you can see it just focus on it.
Yeah, so it's obviously didn't design it to be mounted here.
You need one of those like little bobbins there.
Yeah, hold it up.
Just sit up there like that.
I reckon tension the chain a bit more though.
You'll be alright for another run. It goes.
That was top speed, that was.
It looked quick.
It was, my watch was saying just over 20 miles an hour.
Really?
It's pretty good.
That's really good, just for a little baby.
Do you want to have a go? Is it warm?
Yeah, just about can hold it. Yeah. For about 40 or 50 degrees, 50 degrees or so.
Yeah, I mean that's still safe temperature for a motor. You want to have a go?
Yeah, right. Pedal to get going?
You can use the motor, you don't have to pedal. Just do a little bit.
Oh, this is crazy.
That's fantastic.
It's alright, isn't it?
Loads more torque than I expected. I thought it would take you ages to get up to speed, but it shoots straight off. That's actually really impressive.
Is it hot?
Oh yeah, that's warm now.
Is it really hot?
It's pretty warm. Don't grab it like I did.
Yeah. So would you ever buy a drone-powered e-bike?
Maybe?
So I'm sure you're all wondering, how does this compare to the e-bike motor? Well, let's see with a drag race.
Oh, that's really hot. Ow. Oh wait, I think I might have melted the coils. Yeah, that's the absolute limit of that motor. And the hub motor feels cold. Same temperature as the bike frame. Absolutely freezing.
So to answer the question, yes, you can power an e-bike with a tiny drone motor. But would I recommend it? Probably not. Thanks for watching.
New Pepsi Zero Sugar Light. Basta food trip, Pepsi. Mas masarap maiba.
素晴らしい。戦闘中は序盤から本領を発揮した方がいいですよ。ご存知だと思いますが、もう一つ誰も信用しないことです。
大陸宇宙フロストさん脱落です。
フリーザの作戦に。あなたがそんなこともわからない。私があなたのような。これからも優勝に向けて力を合わせ頑張りましょうね。
一方、悟空とリブリアンの戦いも続いていた。悟空の攻撃を
行くわよ。乙女の突進。
いいパワーだなおめえ。
当たり前よ。
そうよリブリアン、そなたは手に入れるのだ。そして美しき願い、
私の願い、全宇宙の人類に愛される愛の女神。
面白い目的だな。
そういうあなたの目的は何なの？
今まで見たこともねえ強いやつと出会えるように。
今あなたの目の前にいるやつが分かりました。頑張れリブリアン。感じるわ、みんなの愛の力を。ブリブリアン。みんなの愛を受けて生まれ変わる。
すげえパワーを感じる。力入れていくぞ。
ラブ。この想いあなたに届け。愛の勝利ね。あなたもこの私を愛してしまったの？はっきりしなさいよ。後で告白してきても無視なんだから。
そろそろいい頃合いですね。
ああ、時は満ちた。
まずは孫悟空を潰しておけ。
なんだこの気は。わかるか？
大気がとんでもない化け物が動き出したようですね。
スーパードラゴンボールを手に入れるために。
やっとオラと戦う気になってくれたか。
そんなドキドキワクワク、ドキドキワクワク。
なぜブルーにならないんでしょう。まさか敵を見くびっているんじゃ。どういうことですか？
武道家というのは特に達人の域では最高の戦いを繰り広げていく。
しかしジレンの方が悟空に興味がないのなら、
互いに力を高め合う相手だと認めたわけじゃな。
はい、動いた。よし、そのまま行け。こん
なんじゃおめえ本気出せねえよな。
ようやくスーパーサイヤ人ブルーの力を見せた。これは重要な戦いになるはずです。どういう意味だ？ご覧ください。そのフルパワー状態をジレンが叩きのめせば、今部部隊に残っている戦士は戦意を失う。
そうは言っても油断は禁物ですますよ。
Doble pagod dahil doble kayod? Switch to BabyRan Adult Plus para doble ang tibay.
Pabili po ng... May Maggi Magic Chicken Cube na? 5 pesos lang. Bili na!
Hello everyone! In this video, I'm going to tell you about such an extremely unusual material, a useful application of which we are yet to discover. Recently, when surfing the internet, I found an article about so-called metallic glass and about it having the potential to soon make an industrial and technological revolution. I too became interested in conducting experiments with this material and showing you, my viewers, this very strange thing. However, when looking for this material in online shops, I failed to find those beautiful and quite wealthy nuggets of metallic glass. The only thing I managed to find was this thin metallic glass strip, which is also called amorphous metal. First, let us consider this wonder material using this metallic strip, and then we'll see how it goes. This strip is made of alloy of cobalt, silicon, iron and chromium. You can see the ratio of these elements on your screen. Holding this material in my hands, I immediately noticed that the metallic strip was very flexible and springy, in contrast to aluminum foil, which easily bends and then holds its shape. This metallic glass just would not bend and change its shape, staying an ideally straight and even straight. No matter how I tried to twist it, it would not yield. If we cut this strip with scissors, we can see that the edge is quite rough, which is absolutely not typical of metal alloys. Moreover, if we fold this strip and press it with a 2 kg retort stand, this almost won't affect its shape. Let's compare it to a thicker titanium foil. This metal easily bends at the slightest touch and won't spring back into shape. What is this metallic glass, and how different it is from a regular stainless steel? First of all, let us define what glass is. One of the best ways to illustrate that is by using quartz, which is a naturally occurring mineral composed of silicon dioxide. Its natural crystals consist of well-ordered molecules forming a crystalline lattice, which is even reflected in the shape of the crystal. If we reduce this crystal to powder, mix it with other chemicals such as borax, sodium nitrate and aluminum oxide and melt it in the oven, we will have a molten mixture in which all molecules are mixed. Because there are sodium ions in the mixture, when it cools off, there don't form ordered crystalline lattices in the material. Instead, molecules just freeze randomly, thus creating glass, or in other words, an amorphous material. Besides making transparent glass, it is also possible to make metallic glass of the same amorphous structure. To make it, a mixture of metals needs to be melted in an induction oven, and the alloy is poured into a cool rotating copper wheel, where the metal immediately solidifies, creating a long strip of metallic glass. When the speed of cooling exceeds 1 million degrees Celsius per second, metal atoms don't have enough time to create crystalline lattices in the material, and thus there forms a non-ordered mixture of atoms, or in other words, glass made of metal. But when the mixture is cooled off longer, they form small crystals. By the way, you can see them well if you break in half an iron rod or a nail. It deforms because of such crystals, which create weak spots in between them. In contrast to nails, there are no crystals in metallic glass strips. That is why it's so hard to twist them out of shape. There is no room for atoms of metal to move around. Such a material is highly durable. Such material becomes much harder and tougher than steel. The only way to change the shape of my strip is to heat it to 3000 degrees Celsius. As a result, the atoms will rearrange themselves and create a totally new shape.
Pag nakikita ko ang mga ngiti nila, yan ang best part ng araw ko. Pero ngayon, may nawawalang ngiti na naman.
Shape. For instance, I got a quite springy spring. If we heat up a piece of this material quite strongly, when cooling off, atoms will manage to create small crystals, making the end material extremely fragile. After being overheated, the strip began to crumble in my hands, creating bits so small that I could hardly see them through a micro lens. Fortunately, my alloy was ferromagnetic, or in other words, an alloy which is attracted to magnets. Thus, I collected most of the pieces and didn't get a splinter. In most cases, such ferromagnetic strips from metallic glass are used in manufacturing multi-layer transformer cores. This helps increase efficiency of transformers, as losses of the eddy currents in the alternating magnetic field are reduced. However, because of high production costs of such strips, most transformers of this new type are manufactured in China and India, the countries which produce most metallic glass. After conducting experiments with strips made of an amorphous metal, I accidentally saw an article in the internet about the company called Liquid Metal, which was started after a series of successful experiments with metallic glass in the California Institute of Technology. In 2003, this company developed its own alloy of metallic glass, and after that, it started using it for commercial purposes. Judging by the sources in the internet, their alloy is based on zirconium, and it is called Vitralloy 1, which is used to make a lot of commercial products. Some of those products included Virtus smartphone cases, memory cards with bulletproof cases, and even golf clubs. I decided to test some items from this list. After that, I was lucky enough to purchase at an auction a couple of new golf clubs made in 2004 from that same metallic glass. These golf clubs were supposed to be many times more robust than regular ones. That is why I could not wait to test them. To compare performance of the super alloy golf clubs with regular golf clubs, I also purchased two regular stainless steel golf clubs. When I got all the items, I noticed that golf clubs from these two different materials differ a lot. The one made of steel has a very noticeable crystal surface, whereas the one made of metallic glass looks smooth and even. By the way, their masses are the same, which will prove to be useful during tests. The only thing that caught my attention was that the layer of metallic glass was heterogeneous. Most probably to cut production costs, it was sprayed in a thin layer, and the rest was made of steel. I decided to run a trial with these golf, how well the ball bounces off their heads, like in this video.
3.
We can see that the ball bounces off the metallic glass surface much longer than of the steel surface, because the formation of amorphous metal is much smaller than that of steel, and most energy is transferred to the ball. First, let us see how the 10 mm in diameter steel ball bounces off a stainless steel pot. Because the ball is made of tempered steel, it easily made a dent in a less dense steel, almost having not bounced off it. For my experiment, I secured 2 golf clubs heads in a perfect horizontal position and started dropping the same steel bearing ball on them from the height of 40 centimeters. From this footage, we can see that the ball bounces off metallic glass golf club slightly higher than from the steel one, although the difference isn't as significant as in the demonstrational video I showed you before. Based on 12 experiments, I found out that on average the ball bounces off the metallic glass golf club 10% higher, although these results are within the measurement accuracy. But I didn't stop there and decided to test both golf clubs in real conditions. I assembled a testing setup in which golf clubs will be hitting the golf ball with the same amount of force. Because their masses are the same, the only difference will be in the rigidity of the metal heads, and in theory, the ball has to fly off the metallic glass club to a longer distance. I did 12 tests with the metallic golf club and 12 more with the steel golf club and filmed that from the same spot. After that, I decided to overlap the footages to compare the results. We can see that the setup copes well with its tasks and the trajectory of the ball is almost always the same. I have colored the balls in different colors. The red ball bounces off the metallic glass golf club and the blue one of the steel golf club. After analyzing the freeze frame shots and measuring the distances in pixels, I got a sheet with data which shows that the difference isn't significant. The metallic glass golf club would send the ball only 2% farther away than the steel one. I found it extremely strange, because in theory, a metallic glass golf club has to be much harder than a steel one, and thus much better transfer energy of the heat to the golf ball. However, later I learned that to comply with the American Golf League standards, the coefficient of restitution of a golf club should not exceed 86%. In other words, after being hit with a golf club, the ball should not receive more than 86% of the initial impulse, and the rest of energy should be spent on the formation of metal and the golf club itself. It turns out all my tests were in vain, and at factories, golf clubs made of metallic glass are manufactured with a lowered coefficient of restitution in order for them to meet the golf standards and be legal for playing this game. Evidently, this is why such golf clubs were discontinued, because customers didn't see much of a difference, and it was pointless to spend more on a product which has the same characteristics as the rest. Besides being used in golf clubs and transformers, there is also a narrower range of applications of this material. For instance, it is used in some NASA projects, in laboratory researches, and also in exclusive projects, like making expensive wristwatches. Unfortunately, smartphone and memory card cases
Sponsored by Babel. In the mid-80s, one man had a dream. A dream of an Ekranoplan that would be almost 10 times bigger than that of the Soviet Union's Caspian Sea Monster. After all, everything is bigger in America. It was so large that it was essentially a flying city, with enough seats for thousands of passengers, enough room to house everything from hospitals to 5-star dining, or given military application, hundreds of tanks, and perhaps even carry nuclear warheads. But why? Why was it planned? And who was the madman behind this fever dream? And why was the military reluctant to replace aircraft carriers forever? This is the story of one of the largest aircraft ever designed, the Aerocon wingship. Our story begins 20 years earlier with the rise of Boeing, rocket roll, and the Ekranoplan. Spies had reported a new type of machine deep within the Soviet Union that was so advanced, so cutting edge, that it started its own category of aircraft. By using what is known as the ground effect, the Ekranoplan could ride a bubble of air above the waves, faster than a boat, and carry much more than a regular aircraft. In fact, it was predicted that there would be no upward size limit for such a machine, and the Soviet Union was already planning everything from troop transports to aircraft carriers. And all of this wasn't lost on the Americans. In fact, one American in particular got totally obsessed. Stephen Hooker was this man. Hooker was an aeronautical engineer whose obsession was first stoked with Ekranoplans when he witnessed the famous Caspian Sea Monster in 1967. Hooker was working with the Defense Intelligence Agency, or DIA, at the time that discovered what the Soviets were working on. He became so convinced of the potential of this type of aircraft that he resigned from his post in 1983 in order to design and develop a viable American version. By 1984, he had founded his company, Aerocon, in order to develop a ground effect aircraft with a formidable cargo capacity for both military and commercial passenger payloads. Hooker wanted the craft to have the range of a small ship, and being a ground effect vehicle anyway, called his concept the wingship, which is why the term was adopted in the name of the project. His vision was simple and even a little mad. He wanted to build an Ekranoplan that would be almost 10 times bigger than the Soviet Union's version, and this is exactly what it looked like. This aircraft was made for transatlantic travel between America and Europe, but it wouldn't do you any good to get to Europe if you can't speak the language. Fortunately, Babel has got us covered. Babel is a fantastic language learning app that teaches you real-world practical conversations, so it's actually useful for when you're traveling. The lessons are short, 10 minutes, and interactive, and scientifically proven to get you speaking the local language in just 3 weeks. Plus, it has a speech recognition to help you improve your pronunciation and accent, so you actually sound like you should be there. I'm traveling to France this summer, and Babel has been essential in my language learning skills.
Au revoir. Au revoir. Au revoir. Au revoir.
Found and Explain viewers get 65% off your subscription with the link. That's better than 50. I highly recommend that if you want to learn a language in a fun way, discover something new, and get that fuzzy feeling because you're helping out the channel, then click that link right now and check out the app. Back to the show. The Aerocon 1.6 wingship was on a scale that could only be described as massive, even gargantuan. Consider its payload alone, which was no less than 1,400 tons. That equivalated to the ability to transport 3,000 civilian passengers during peacetime, or for military purposes, haul 2,000 troops, plus helicopters, tanks, landing craft, and other military hardware, such as armaments. A test example of its cargo capacity is worth highlighting, and it makes quite the list. 32 helicopters, 20 tanks, 4 landing craft, 300 rounds for howitzers, and that's not counting the 2,000 troops and their equipment and food that was included in the manifest as well. To fly this all airborne, it would have been powered by no less than 2,400 kilonewton engines, enough to power the Aerocon Dash 1.6 to a range of 10,000 nautical miles, or make that 18,500 kilometers with a maximum flight distance. That's a very big range for a very, very big aircraft. This capacity and range would allow the US military or its civil applications to project force or fly passenger routes almost anywhere in the world at a moment's notice. Imagine 2,000 soldiers showing up at your door 8 hours later. That's how incredible the design was. It was so big that the Aerocon Dash 1.6 had impressive stats as well. The aircraft would stand at 34 meters tall and be 173 meters long. It would boast a wingspan of 100 meters with a total wing area of 3,597 square meters. Aerocon contended that the airship's large, wide wings would provide it with a clearance of waves of up to 6 meters or 20 feet in height. This would allow the airship to operate perfectly well over quite rough seas if needed, something that had always plagued the Ukraina plans of the Soviet design. By way of a comparison, the Aerocon wingship, with a total weight of 1,627 tons, would be over 12 times the weight of a Boeing 747, but critically, it would be able to carry 30 times the payload than the Boeing aircraft could, which again is why the US military was so interested. Aerocon argued that because it weighed so much, 5,000 tons when fully loaded, it would be highly efficient, because the induced drag is reduced when closer a wing gets to the surface, such as water. The large, wide wing of the Dash 1.6 wingship would ensure optimized surface ground effect with very little induced drag. This result would also be more fuel efficient per ton of payload than anything flying in the sky today. And you're probably thinking, Nick, this huge thing must have been very slow. It would actually fly at a top speed of 741 kilometers per hour and be able to fly up to 4,600 meters, which is understandably quite low by aviation standards. But considering it was designed to take full advantage of the ground effect, it is very unlikely that they would have ever used this flight model. Aesthetically, it was somewhat ungainly in the opinion of some people at the time. The Aerocon airship looked like a cross between a space shuttle and the Caspian Sea monster. So not very attractive, but boy were those payloads attractive. So why wasn't it built? Hooker and his company Aerocon successfully lobbied Congress to consider the viability of the 1.6 wingship. The 1993 Defense Appropriations Act provided $5 million to the Advanced Research Projects Agency, or ARPA, later referred to as DARPA, in order to determine the military viability of the wingship. Particular focus would be on the craft's ability to increase the airlift and sea lift capabilities of the United States military. You know, so they could knock on the door of the next dictator by dinner time. By June 1995, ARPA released a report which estimated that 13 of the wing ships manufactured by Aerocon would cost the US taxpayer approximately $15.2 billion, which was shown to be the equivalent in cost to 63 C-17 cargo aircraft, 69 fast sea-lift ships, or 102 C-5 cargo aircraft. The bottom line, the Aerocon-1.6 wing ship would be as an expensive as proposition as it was huge in size and payload. The DARPA report found that the proposed ground effect craft was at least 5 times larger than what was recommended by American and Russian experts, some of which had actually worked on the original Akrana plan. The current technology, that is of 1995, simply wasn't available to build so large a ground effect craft. The report therefore concluded that the project was not technologically or financially viable, although it did conclude that there would be promising military applications for wing ships in the 400 to 1,000 ton range, so approximately 5 times smaller than our boy here. DARPA, however, did have to admit that the costs of the project were difficult to ascertain precisely, given the proposal technology was so new and unknown. One DARPA team member was even quoted as saying, "It's like asking the Wright brothers how much a 747 would cost." Nevertheless, the Aerocon proposal was rejected, never to be considered again by the US military. Which you might agree is
to build hundreds of subterranean cities. But if there were aliens inside the Earth, what would the conditions for life be? Could the inside of our planet be a luscious paradise? Or a hot, hellish dump? If you were to visit one of the low shear velocity provinces, you'd have to go 2,900 kilometers below the surface. Here, you'd be surrounded by magma or liquid rock, with temperatures as high as 3,700 degrees Celsius. And the weight of the crust and mantle above you would increase the pressure to over 237,000 times the atmospheric pressure, on the surface of the Earth. Whatever life you find here would need to exist in these extreme conditions. And these life forms would need to evolve to extract oxygen directly from the magma, or live without it. They'd need to survive without any sunlight. Radiation would be the primary energy source. And lucky for them, the radioactive decay of uranium, thorium, and potassium in the Earth's crust and mantle already account for the primary source of heat in the Earth's interior. There could be all kinds of undiscovered creatures down there, but until you could withstand the pressure and heat to find out, we'll never know. There are billions of planets in the universe that theoretically can support life. But so far, we haven't discovered any aliens out there. Maybe the reason is we're just looking in the wrong places. What if alien life isn't anything like the life we know of? What if it doesn't need water or oxygen? What if it can withstand incredibly hot temperatures or very acidic environments? And what would we need to search for to finally find it? This is What If. And here's what would happen if alien life was silicon-based. There's one thing that your DNA, a diamond, and a rubber duck have in common. They're all made of carbon. Carbon is one of the most abundant elements in the universe. On Earth, it's also the primary building block of all life. Carbon is so special because its atoms can make 4 bonds with another element, oxygen, and form long chains of atoms called polymers. But there's another element that can do the same trick: silicon. Not only is silicon chemically similar to carbon, it also makes it on the list of the most plentiful chemicals found in the universe. Potentially, silicon could be a building block of organic alien life. And we might find that life in our own solar system. A candidate for hosting a silicon-based alien life is hiding among the moons of Saturn. Titan, the biggest of these moons, has an atmosphere that's 95% nitrogen and 5% methane. It has no oxygen, and any water it has is frozen solid because Titan receives only 1% of the amount of sunlight the Earth does. But silicon-based life forms wouldn't need any water. Instead, they could use liquid methane as the galactic elixir for their existence. The lack of oxygen would also be essential for such life to emerge. Here's why. When carbon unites with oxygen, or oxidizes as it does during a fire, it turns into a gas, carbon dioxide. Now when silicon oxidizes, it becomes silicon dioxide, or silica, which is a solid and not a gas. If Titan had oxygen in its atmosphere, silicon would immediately turn into rock, and no life could possibly begin in that state. But Titan's atmosphere doesn't contain any oxygen, giving silicon-based life a chance. What would this life look like? How big would the silicon species be? Would they build their own civilization? Or invent their own language? Well, most likely, if there is silicon-based life out there, it would be in the form of microbes, and not animal-sized organisms that you can see with your own eyes. Scientists generally agree that any silicon-based life would need intense heat to survive, so most likely you'd have to dig deep under the surface of Titan to find it. Because of the extreme cold on Titan's surface, a living being would live somewhere close to Titan's core, where it's hot. And hey, there are many planets out there. Some of them might just have the right conditions for non-carbon-based life to thrive. Because silicon doesn't get along with oxygen, the metabolic processes of a silicon-based organism would have to be entirely different from ours. We don't know if it's even possible. Just as we don't know if anything strictly silicon-based would have a DNA. But maybe we shouldn't try applying our science to alien life we've never encountered and planets we haven't thoroughly explored. Earth's conditions don't really give silicon any chance to form into a life form. But if one day aliens came down to visit us here on Earth, they would probably change everything we know about what living organisms could be made of. What if you found out that you had a long-lost relative? And what if that long-lost relative was from a different planet in our galaxy? And what if this faraway planet was home to billions of humans, just like Earth? But these humans don't look anything like us because they're from the future. Could aliens be future versions of humans? How far ahead of us would they be? How much would they have evolved? Would we be able to understand each other? And what would meeting future humans mean for humanity on Earth? This is What If, and here's what would happen if aliens were future humans. In 1947, a mysterious object crashed in the desert near Roswell, New Mexico. You all know this story, but could it really be aliens? The mysterious object was officially declared to be a U.S. Army Air Force balloon. But then, decades later, U.S. Navy Commander George W. Hoover, who had top-secret clearance, revealed that the mysterious crash involved time-traveling humans. Somehow, these future humans had developed the technology to overcome the technological limitations that prevent us present-day humans from making the same type of trip. Some theories suggest that these future humans travel back in time in order to understand their biological past. Maybe these same time travelers helped our ancestors to make huge leaps in scientific and technological knowledge in a relatively short amount of time. But if any of these theories are true, should we be prepared for another alien-human visit sometime in the near future? And what might we expect from this close encounter of the third kind? If aliens, future humans, were to come and visit us again, they would probably look similar to how they appear in movies. Like us, they'd still walk on 2 feet, but their heads and their eyes would be much larger. This fits with predictions of how present-day humans will continue to evolve. We can expect our heads to be bigger and our upper skull to become more rounded to accommodate a larger brain. And as our civilization advances enough for interplanetary travel, our eyes would get bigger so we can see better in dimmer environments that are further away from the sun. Future humans might also find a way to slow the aging process. So it would be possible to make several trips to places thousands of light years away within one lifetime. If we want to travel somewhere that's 60,000 light years away, and if our technology could do it, then it would be a 60-year flight for anyone on board. But when they got back to Earth, 60,000 years would have passed. We'd like to think that humans of the future would solve this problem so they could visit Earth and come home to tell their family and friends about their trip. But if future humans find a way to live for thousands of years, would that lead to a massive overpopulation on whichever planet they inhabit? Well, chances are, if they make it possible to live that long, they will probably succeed in optimizing their existence before that. Their civilization would undoubtedly be a lot more efficient than ours. The reason being is that they could be centuries, if not millennia, ahead of us in evolutionary terms. Future humans would be a lot smarter, and they'd have better technology to maximize their space and live in densely populated worlds without producing the same high levels of pollution that we do on Earth. In fact, you could bet that future humans wouldn't just have better technology, they'd be technology. Just like some humans today have implants to perceive sound or to detect atmospheric pressure, the humans of the future would likely have dozens of technological implants to make their lives easier. Think about everything your cell phone does for you. Now, imagine you could command it with your thoughts, and that it would only be a small chip in your brain. A chip or implant like that might also explain why those who claim to have encountered aliens have said that the aliens spoke to them in their native language. Could future humans simply have automatic language translators implanted in their brains? Or would humans of the future evolve past different languages? Instead, using one universal language, like Esperanto. Something is emerging from the Mariana Trench, and it does not belong on this planet. If aliens lived in the deepest place in the ocean, what would they look like? How would they communicate with one another? And what would happen if we dared to contact them? This is What If. And here's what would happen if there were aliens at the bottom of the Mariana Trench. There's a reason why the idea of aliens living at the bottom of the sea keeps popping up in popular culture. Many of us are far more afraid of what lies down there than whatever's looking down at us from up in space. After all, 80% of the ocean is still unmapped and unexplored. We have better maps of the Moon, Mars, and Venus than we do of our seafloor. The most mysterious part of our oceans is the Mariana Trench. Its deepest point, the Challenger Deep, stretches 11 kilometers down. The Mariana Trench is anything but a great vacation spot. No light is able to reach its bottom, and temperatures are just a few degrees above freezing. Not to mention its crushingly high water pressure. So, how could aliens survive the deepest spot in the ocean? The water pressure at the bottom of the Mariana Trench is over 1,000 times the atmospheric pressure that you're used to at sea level. This kind of pressure would crush anything, even the toughest deep-sea robots we've ever built. But some living things managed to adapt and thrive under such pressing conditions, like translucent snailfish and sea cucumbers. The Heidel snailfish, known as the deepest living fish, flourishes at depths of over 8 kilometers. Unlike you, deep-sea fish don't have pockets to store air in their bodies. That oxygen inside your lungs is what gives you the feeling of pressure whenever you take a dive. No air means this fish has a higher tolerance to the weight of all that water above it. Whatever aliens were lurking down below would share the same characteristic. Storing air just wouldn't be their thing. But what would they do for food? Well, it's likely they'd imitate their seafloor neighbors once again. Deep-sea creatures gorge on the decaying remains of microbes, algae, or animals from above. Our sunken ships might be their version of a surprise buffet. Any extraterrestrial life down at the pit of the trench would probably eat similar food. They'd burrow into the biggest carcasses they could find and consume what's left from the inside out, like a giant hagfish does. Or they might possess enormous mouths and expandable stomachs, allowing them to catch and digest large quantities of food as they move. And those big mouths of theirs would also be filled with long fangs pointed inward. This would enable them to catch and hold on to other deep-sea creatures, or, any other prey that just so happens to dive a little too far from the surface. Hey, don't judge them. In a habitat as precarious as the Mariana Trench, aliens would need to capitalize on any and all sources of nutrition. They'd also have to go the extra mile in order to let one another know that they're out there in the pitch dark. That's because sunlight can only travel up to 1 kilometer into the ocean. Anywhere deeper than that, and you wouldn't be able to see a thing. So how would our underwater aliens put the notice out that they're around? Well, 2 ideas. By sound and by light they produce themselves. Like fireflies, deep-sea creatures are able to produce and emit their own light, thanks to a process called bioluminescence. With it, aliens would be able to connect with each other through specific lighting patterns. For long-distance communication, they could send out sound waves across enormous distances in the water, like the humpback whale, who's able to sing in the Caribbean and be heard off the west coast of Ireland, 6,400 kilometers away. Now, what would first contact with this underwater species look like for us? Well, we'd have to get there first. We'd need a vessel strong enough to withstand the constantly intensifying pressure. The tiniest of cracks would squash you and your submarine faster than you can say human jam. Once down there, we'd have to take into account that living at the bottom of the sea would be like living on another planet. If aliens existed in the otherworldly depths of the Mariana Trench this entire time, they may not want to be friendly neighbors. And the darkness alone would make it difficult to locate and study our subjects. Before approaching these extraterrestrials, we'd have to assess their communication style first, slowly and patiently. We'd need to understand how they interact with their environment, too. That is, assuming they don't feel threatened by our presence and decide to do something about it. Trust goes both ways when you're trying not to be crushed or eaten in the name of science.
We have a problem. The ship is experiencing engine malfunction. Hyperdrive. Not functioning. Something's wrong.
This is What If, and here's what would happen if you crashed on an alien planet. You've traveled thousands of light years through interstellar star systems, and now you're stranded on a planet you know nothing about. As long as you've got oxygen, water, and food aboard your spaceship, you should stay inside and figure out what you've got going on around you. But your supplies wouldn't last forever, so the clock would be ticking. Now, you didn't crash on an alien world just to die. Your mission is to collect any information you can on this planet and try to survive in the process. Before you even got a glimpse of your surroundings, there's one thing you need to figure out. It's the gravity of the planet you landed on. Sure, it could be just like back home, but the chances of that would be pretty low. Realistically, this world's gravity would be something you'd need to get used to. It could be lower than on Earth, and you'd feel lighter. Over time, it would make your vision blurred, your muscles shrink, and your back hurt. A lot. But if it was stronger than on Earth, well, you'd feel heavier. And maybe it would even be strong enough to keep you pinned to the ground, or even break your bones. Next, you'd need to find out what kind of star this alien planet is orbiting, and where in the star system it's positioned. There's a high chance that you'd be on an exoplanet, orbiting the most common type of star in the universe, a red dwarf. Many of the 4,000 exoplanets we've discovered orbit these. But red dwarfs are smaller and cooler than our own sun, so the planet you've landed on would have to orbit its star at a distance much closer than Earth orbits the sun. At least if you wanted it to be habitable, with liquid water on the surface. But being this close could result in a harsh environment. If the star was only a few billion years old, you'd need ways to protect yourself from the high-energy blasts of ultraviolet and X-ray radiation. If you couldn't shield yourself, you'd need to seek shelter underground. Otherwise, you'd suffer from long-term radiation exposure. This would cause cataracts, make you sterile, and greatly increase your risk of cancer. While you're observing the star, you'd need to take note of whether there's a sunrise and sunset, or is it that the sun never seems to move in the sky? This would be another danger of being so close to its star. Your new home planet could be tidally locked. This means that one side of the world would always experience daylight, and the other side would always be shrouded in darkness. And it wouldn't just be a matter of light or dark. It would also mean that one side would be scorching hot, and the other would be freezing cold. You'd be on a planet caught between two extremes, and your best bet for surviving would be to head toward the Terminator line. This would be the thin strip of land between the day side and the night side. Here, you'd have a Goldilocks situation where it's not too hot and not too cold. But you'd also have the incredible treat of never-ending dusk and dawn. The next thing you'd want to assess is whether you'd have an atmosphere that you could breathe. Just because it's in the habitable zone wouldn't mean it's habitable for you. You need oxygen. Lucky for you, astronomers found that exoplanets with breathable air are more common than you might think. But keep your oxygen tank close by as you experiment with breathing out there. As an astronaut, you've already been exposed to many of the hardships that come with the job. Like living with different levels of gravity, various magnetic fields, and, of course, psychological stress. But landing on an alien planet, you'd have a few more things to add to the list. If you had a weakened immune system, you could be vulnerable to infection from microorganisms we've never seen before. That would make you patient zero on a planet where you'd be the closest thing to a doctor. Researchers suggest that all kinds of lethal bacteria or viruses could survive in the extremely harsh conditions of space. So you need to take precautions, and not even just for your own protection, but for the possible life on this alien planet. You'd be carrying who knows how many pathogens and microorganisms from back on Earth. These could kill or wipe out organisms that you haven't even detected yet. Speaking of which, could there be life on this planet you crashed into? Well, if you wanted to find out, your best bet would be to head to the nearest source of water. Don't get overly excited just yet. The most likely possibility is that you'd only discover microorganisms, but that wouldn't completely rule out the chances that intelligent life could be waiting for you around any corner. If you did make first contact with intelligent life form, the first thing you'd have to do would be to try communicating with them. After all, you wouldn't want to make the most amazing discovery in human history only for them to kill you out of fear or aggression. You could try using Linkos. A Dutch mathematician invented this language in the 1960s, and he meant it for one purpose only: to speak with aliens. You'd start slow and develop the language further so both you and the aliens can understand. First, you'd need to make sure that they grasp the concept of numbers, and then you'd move on to complex concepts like love or death. But the chances would be higher that you would land on a planet with seemingly no intelligent life. You'd be all alone. No humans or aliens to talk to. Spending thousands of hours in total isolation, you could eventually suffer from hallucinations and hear voices in your head. This would be your new reality. But all of this wouldn't change the fact that you want to survive. You'd have to keep your wits about you and put any planetary resources you can find to use. You might not be back home for a while, and in the meantime, you'd still have to eat. If there were any alien life forms walking past you, you might start looking at them like cartoon roast chickens. What if the moon was more than just a lifeless rock? Under that bright light, it could be hiding an alien civilization. When did this alien life begin on the moon? What would these lunar dwellers breathe? And what would our neighbors look like? This is What If. And here's what would happen if aliens lived on the moon. Until Galileo showed up on the scene with his telescope, all we knew about the moon was that it was bright and shiny. while we certainly know more now, its origins are still a mystery. Yeah, we still don't know how the moon became, well, the moon. Some scientists think a chunk of the Earth broke off about 4.5 billion years ago after a violent collision with another planet. All the debris eventually came together to form this body. And the moon landing in 1969 did more than inspire humanity to reach the stars. It made this rock something real to humans everywhere. But we didn't stay for long, so what if the astronauts missed something big up there? The lunar surface is a rough place to live. Without an atmosphere, there's no protection from the sun's radiation, or even a way to keep oxygen on the ground. But maybe it wasn't always like this. After that piece of Earth broke off, microscopic life like cyanobacteria could have survived in this harsh environment. We call this the panspermia theory. The idea that life can be transferred by meteoroids, asteroids, or even spaceships. Considering the moon orbits us in the habitable zone, there could have been a time billions of years ago when it had fresh water. And volcanic activity could have released the gases needed to sustain life. So why isn't there life there now? Well, who's to say there isn't? When these conditions existed, the moon could have incubated life for hundreds of millions of years before humans existed. While dinosaurs roamed our planet, the moon could have been teeming with life that would look stranger than some of those behemoths. The moon's magnetic field is a fraction as powerful as the Earth's, so over millions of years, solar winds stripped away all of its atmosphere. With nothing to protect it, life on the surface would have to adapt to survive the sun's intense rays. On Earth, melanin in our skin protects us from ultraviolet rays, but instead of having a darker skin tone, the moon aliens could have developed new colors. Carotenoids are organic pigments found in vegetables like carrots, and they contain cells that protect against skin cancer. If the aliens evolved to have carotenoids instead of melanin, they might have tough orange skin that would resist the dangerous UV rays around them. And the differences don't end there. Since the moon's gravity is only 1/6 of that on Earth, these aliens could get around by jumping or gliding. But without an atmosphere holding oxygen on the surface, what would these creatures breathe? Well, even with an atmosphere that's only 1/100th as thick as ours, that doesn't mean that life can't exist. Recently, scientists have found a parasite that doesn't need oxygen to live. Maybe over millions of years, these aliens could have evolved in the same way, without breathing, well, anything. Now, while this diversity of life might exist on the surface, you couldn't say the same for the lunar oceans. I mean, if they existed. While the average ocean on Earth goes down 3.7 kilometers, the moon's seas would only have a depth of 1 kilometer. There's not much that could be found in these waters. But if life did exist on the moon, how would that have changed our history? Well, if these aliens had evolved before humanity, they might have visited us before we landed on the moon. And if they had waited until after the space race, the increasing tensions of the Cold War might never have happened. Instead, humans could have united in fear over an invasion from a superior life form. The militaries around the globe would have deployed countermeasures to assess the threats these visitors pose. And as scientists and politicians tried to communicate with our celestial neighbors, everyone else would be hunkered down, bracing for the worst. You know, sharing our corner of the solar system with a much more advanced civilization might be overwhelming, but it's either that or all-out war. And considering how much more evolved these aliens are, we might want to think of a peaceful solution. Or hey, we might get along so well that eventually our two species could become one. What if we took it to the extreme and mated with an alien?
About the first time, isn't it?
It's a beautiful night. Just you, a bottle of wine, and your partner drifting through the cosmos in a UFO. As you caress their green skin, you know that tonight's the night you're mating with an alien. But would your anatomy be compatible? How would conception take place? And what would your child look like? This is What If, and here's what would happen if you mated with an alien. Okay, so maybe an intimate alien encounter wouldn't work out that way. But if you believe the statistics, 6% of Americans have allegedly been abducted by aliens. According to these victims, the experiences were intrusive and horrifying. Why would an alien want to mate with a human? Well, if these aliens wanted to settle on Earth, interbreeding could speed up the process. Yeah, the child would have the best of both worlds. Combining our DNA could create a hybrid being that could survive in the hottest climates. And maybe your kids would get the intelligence of an alien. They flew across the universe in a tin plate. They have to be a little bright. But even if your offspring became a genius, would society ever accept them? Hybridization occurs when two different species breed, and it's more common than you might think. We crossbreed fruits and animals all the time, but this isn't like your mom's labradoodle. You would be mating with a being from another galaxy, so what are the consequences of this pairing? Well, first, forget the wine and dine scenario from before. The only way you could mate with E.T. would be through artificial insemination. After all of our parts may not be compatible. So whether your seed was placed in an alien or vice versa, medical procedures would be the only way to bring your child into this world. Unfortunately, the real threat to this kid's health could lie within you. Sometimes, a mother's blood can produce antibodies that destroy their baby's blood cells. In humans, we call this condition Rhesus disease. Introducing a completely different blood type and DNA into a human mother could trigger their immune system to reject this perceived alien intruder. And if their body kept the baby alive long enough to fully form, the next challenge would be getting it out. A childbirth with human babies can be difficult enough. A hybrid birth would definitely cause complications. To keep the baby hybrid and its mother safe during labor, doctors would have to perform a cesarean section. Yeah, those big gray heads aren't getting through a birth canal, provided those are some of the physical features your baby would have. The first generation of hybrids would still look like their alien side of the family, but the second generation could look so close to humans, you may not even tell the difference. They might be able to blend into a crowd. Although our entire society could change with aliens walking among us. And this may not be the first time humans have mated outside our species in modern history. Yeah, rumors still float around about Florida scientists who artificially inseminated a chimpanzee with human DNA in the 1920s. While we may never know the truth behind this experiment, were it true, this humanzee would have been an ethical nightmare. Cool name, though. A human-alien hybrid could hold the answer to our survival on a changing Earth, or even beyond the stars. The cultural and physical differences might be too much to accept at first. Remember, we all still carry the genes of Neanderthals in our DNA, the last traces of this long extinct species that lived alongside humans tens of thousands of years ago. But hey, we got over that problem.
We are Venom.
What do you get when you take an alien parasite and smush it together with a human being? Would you get to become a supercharged, head-eating anti-hero like Venom? Or would you die a slow and painful death? I never thought I'd say this, but I think I prefer to be the guy who eats people's heads off.
I have a parasite.
Today, you're getting infected with your very own alien parasite. How would it mess with your brain? Would you lose control of your body? And what's it like to share a body with Venom?
You are a loser.
This is What If, and here's what would happen if you got infected by an alien parasite. With the release of Venom, Let There Be Carnage, we've been thinking non-stop about symbiotes. But before we infect you with a parasite from outer space, let's introduce you to your body's new roommate. Venom is a sentient, amorphous alien parasite called a symbiote. Symbiotes infect and hijack their hosts' bodies, taking on portions of their host's personality. For example, you throw one on a friendly neighborhood Spider-Man, you get an edgy web-slinger. If you do the same to a serial killer, you're gonna get something like Carnage. Thankfully, the relationship between Venom and his human host, Eddie Brock, is more akin to an old married couple. A very dangerous old married couple. But you? We're not sure you'll be so lucky. First, the symbiote would make its way into your brain. What would Venom do up there? Well, we may find our answer in a parasite that didn't come from outer space, but from cat poop. Toxoplasma gondii, aka the feline parasite, is a microscopic neurological parasite known for altering the behavior of sheep, goats, pigs, cows, rats, and, well, yeah, cats. While in the stomach of their carrier host, the itty-bitty parasite eggs called oocytes morph into dangerous microbes called tachyzoites. Next, the parasite starts setting up shop in your body and makes a move on your brain. Studies have shown that rats infected with Toxoplasma gondii have their brains so rewired by the parasite that it causes them to get a little frisky when they smell cats. Which, as you can guess, goes about as well as trying to get a smooch from Carnage. And if that wasn't freaky enough, did you know that this parasite may have already infected 30% of the human population, including 60 million Americans? Yeah, ever since the start of the 20th century, when we started getting into cats as pets, as the number of domesticated kitties grew, so did cases of schizophrenia. Researchers have linked this spike to an increase in the presence of Toxoplasma gondii in humans. Well, your parasite didn't want to be buddies like Venom. It wants to use you as food, kind of like the cordyceps fungus. You know, that super disturbing zombie ant fungi? When the cordyceps fungus takes over an ant, it forces that little worker to bite down on a leaf and stay put until it dies. In the meantime, the parasite feeds off the ant for 3 weeks, growing out of the ant's head and creating more infectious spores. This wouldn't look good for you either. With your infection, the parasite would know that you're smarter than some blue-collar worker ant, meaning it wouldn't try to take over your nervous system. Instead, it would go right to taking control of your muscles, all while you helplessly watch. So, it seems sharing your body with a parasite isn't quite the comic book adventure Venom makes it out to be. And if it's anything like the Loa Loa eye worm, it sounds terrifying. Measuring up to 10 millimeters in length, the eye worm can hide away in the human tissue anywhere from 10 to 15 years. Yeah, it also does this cute little thing where it squirms across your eyeball, leaving larvae in its wake. If these larvae get close enough to your thinker, you could develop brain disease like encephalopathy. So, if you do find yourself infected with an alien parasite, we'd recommend holding off starting your life as a superhero and maybe take a trip to your nearest emergency room instead. Attention human, you are receiving an interstellar radio transmission, and it could be coming from one of the nearest exoplanets, Proxima Centauri b. What conditions make this planet a candidate for alien life? What types of civilizations could have flourished there? And should we expect them to be knocking on Earth's door any day now? This is What If, and here's what would happen if there were an alien civilization on Proxima b. At a distance of 4.2 light years away, Proxima Centauri is one of the closest stars to our Sun. In 2016, a planet was discovered orbiting in Proxima Centauri's Goldilocks zone. That's where conditions for liquid water could exist. Meet Proxima b, a planet that registers at 0.87 on the Earth Similarity Index. This scale measures how similar a planet or moon is to Earth, and anything above 0.8 is considered Earth-like. As another example, Mars has an ESI of 0.64. In 2020, astronomers recorded a mysterious radio signal coming from the direction of Proxima Centauri. Could it be that an alien civilization was attempting to contact us? Though Proxima b is similar to Earth, life forms on this alien planet would likely develop very differently. For starters, the planet is about 20 times closer to its star than Earth is to the Sun. And it only needs 11.2 days for one full revolution. That's a lot of New Year's celebrations. But still, Proxima b receives about the same amount of solar energy as Earth. And that's because Proxima Centauri is an M-type red dwarf star. Compared to our G-type star, these stars are generally cooler, in a range of 2200 to 3200 degrees Celsius. But there would be some extreme conditions that an alien civilization would have to adapt to. These extraterrestrials would need to be able to withstand radiation, and lots of it. The planet receives about 400 times more X-rays than Earth. And dwarf stars like Proxima Centauri give rise to coronal mass ejections that would blast the planet with lethal radiation. Without a protective atmosphere, this would be deadly for any potential life forms. Another challenge for a Proxima b civilization would be tidal locking. That's when a planet takes the same amount of time to spin on its axis as it does to orbit its star. Imagine living where you permanently face the scorching sun while The other side of the Earth is in a constant state of frozen darkness. This is what life would be like on this exoplanet. Civilizations on Proxima b would likely develop in the so-called terminator zones. These are the strips of twilight between the day side and the night side. Here, winds would carry warm air and create life-supporting conditions. And aliens would build thermal reactors with the mix of cool and hot water to have that H2O always available. But if civilizations appeared on either of the sides of the Terminator Zone, they'd need to develop different survival tactics. But collaboration and unity could allow them to supply each other with heat or ice effectively. And if a civilization developed on the light side, would they even know that there were other stars or objects in the universe? Would they even think about other life out in space? That brings us back to the radio signal the Breakthrough Listen project recorded in 2020. This signal occupied a very narrow band of the radio spectrum at 982 megahertz. This is startling because it's a portion of the spectrum rarely used by human-made transmitters. Researchers haven't ruled out the possibility that these signals originated on Earth, but there are many unanswered questions. One thing they're sure of, it didn't come from a natural world. Only manufactured or alien-made technology seems to produce signals like that. So, if an advanced civilization was trying to communicate with us from Proxima b, what would their society be like? They could be a Type 1 civilization like us and use the energy available from their planet, like oil, wind, or geothermal power. Or they could be a Type 2 civilization, using energy on the scale of their planetary system. That would mean they were thousands of years more advanced than us. Would they have developed complex languages and live in cities? Would they have democratic forms of governance? Or would they live under the rule of a dictator? You must have so many questions for our alien neighbors, and they would have so many questions for you. Or maybe they already know everything. Unfortunately, we likely won't be able to visit them anytime soon. Using current technologies, it would still take between 19,000 and 81,000 years to reach them. Just north of the Martian equator lies a 45-kilometer wide impact crater that scientists believe may have been the site of an ancient lake. Here at Jezero Crater, scientists theorize that its frozen soil may contain the most significant discovery of humankind: life. On February 18th, 2021, NASA's Perseverance rover started searching this crater to find out if we're truly alone. What is the likelihood of life on Mars? What would these Martians look like? And how will we send samples back to Earth? This is What If, and here's what would happen if we discovered life on Mars. As Scientific American puts it, it would take a near miracle for Mars to be sterile. Astrobiologist Chris McKay at NASA believes that Earth and Mars have been sharing materials for billions of years. Kind of like using your roommate's spice rack. What? I thought you said it was communal. Comets or large meteorites that have hit Earth may have also sent debris onto Mars. A tiny fraction of this debris on Mars could have carried the same microbes that kick-started life as we know it on Earth. But what would this alien life look like? Many scientists agree that whatever life on Mars we might find would need to be incredibly robust. With the combination of radiation and freezing temperatures on Mars, could any life form survive such a harsh environment? As far-fetched as it sounds, microbiologists have discovered many organisms that thrive in extreme environments. The tardigrade, or water bear, is a highly resistant extremophile. It can withstand heat, cold, pressure, radiation, and even a complete lack of oxygen. There are also certain types of bacteria on Earth that rapidly produce spores when faced with hazardous conditions. The bacteria can then hibernate during an extended period of drought and withstand intense ionizing radiation. A team of 1,000 geologists, chemists, physicists, and biologists worldwide have drilled 4.8 kilometers into the Earth and discovered robust life forms. Mars has a similar geological past to Earth, so looking underground could be a great place to start. By drilling into the Jezero crater, we could encounter spores associated with a relatively recent geological era. And on future missions to Mars, we may dig deeper and uncover fully vegetative microbes. To find rock samples that might support life, NASA's Perseverance rover uses an array of lasers called a supercam. It can study the surface of Mars at a distance. One of the lasers will heat a rock sample and vaporize it. This creates a plasma that can be analyzed to understand its elemental composition. Another laser will reveal which compounds are in the dirt. If the supercam detects organic molecules or elevated concentrations of elements like nitrogen or phosphorus, the rover will head over to take a closer look. It will then scan the soil in greater detail to detect any organic material hiding in the dirt. NASA's team on Earth has only one shot at picking the right spot to gather these samples. With limited space on board the rover, only a few dozen samples can be collected. So, no pressure and fingers crossed. If all goes well, NASA plans to bring back samples known for preserving biosignatures on Earth. Biosignatures are faint molecular traces left behind by microbes billions of years ago. Once the samples are collected, NASA and the European Space Agency plan 2 missions to get them back to Earth. This involves blasting tubes of rock and soil samples into orbit to be collected by another spacecraft and then returned to Earth. Whoa, this looks kind of fun. If Perseverance's mission is successful, the discovery of life on Mars would be as groundbreaking as the discovery of DNA. In 1543, Copernicus boldly shook the status quo with his theory that the planets orbited the sun. His discoveries completely changed our worldview, no longer putting Earth at the center of the universe. Discovering life beyond Earth could be just as powerful. But not finding any life could raise more questions. Is the Earth truly special? Are we alone out here? Even if we don't discover life, these Martian rock samples will allow chemists to study the geochemistry, mineralogy, and foundational bedrock materials of Mars in detail. This could provide us with essential insights into the climate history of Mars and help us better understand Earth's climate as well. In 1976, 2 Viking landers became the first spacecrafts from Earth to touch down on Mars. They too probed for life in the Martian soil, and the results are still debated to this day. One experiment indicated that the Martian soil tested positive for metabolism. On Earth, this would almost certainly suggest the presence of life. But another related experiment found no trace of organic material whatsoever. While most scientists have not reconciled the conflicting results, the consensus is that there's no conclusive evidence of life on Mars. But several researchers disagree. Recent discoveries of terrestrial microorganisms surviving outside of the ISS indicate that life may be resilient enough for Mars. And methane in the Martian atmosphere could be a sign of microbial methanogens, a type of microorganism that produces a significant amount of methane. Stinky aliens. Mind you, it's possible that life on Mars didn't have the right conditions to start at all.
How can Romo help nurture my gifted brain?
The only formula with both MOS Plus and DHA, clinically proven to help nurture.
Or maybe it died off from an extinction event, similar to the asteroid that wiped out the dinosaurs. Or it's even possible that we might end up finding life that was accidentally brought to Mars by one of our many rovers. Let's hope this Perseverance mission doesn't turn into a $2.7 billion facepalm. If Mars is your bag, well, have you ever thought about setting up shop there? With recent developments in rocketry, colonizing Mars might be possible in our lifetime.
This just in. Visitors from beyond the stars have arrived. What secrets could our intergalactic friends share? What wonders could these space chums unveil?
They do not come in peace. The aliens have arrived, and they're here to lay down the law. Humans are no longer at the top of the food chain, and we're now at the mercy of our alien overlords. I, for one, welcome our alien overlords. What would our new alien masters do with us? And why did they invade Earth? This is What If. And here's what would happen if we became enslaved by aliens. For centuries, humans have been calling the shots on Earth. Just ask the animals we use as food, keep in zoos, hunt for sport, or even have around the house as pets. We're in for quite the shock when our new intergalactic masters show up and give us a taste of our own medicine. What exactly would they do to us? Well, we may become the new animals. We'd be treated as a commodity to be bought, traded, and sold. And if these aliens are anything like we are, we'd also be their lunch. Human cells are made up of proteins, nucleic acids, and membranes. If the aliens had the same basic biochemistry as us, they would be able to convert our tasty, nourishment-filled bodies into energy for themselves. Would aliens start farming us en masse? What sort of intergalactic economy could be created by using humans like livestock? In China alone, the pork industry is worth $128 billion and has 433 million pigs ready to barbecue. There are 17 times as many humans on the planet. To an alien food connoisseur, would we be just as tasty? Human burger, anyone? What if we were seen as a delicacy to be distributed across the universe? Or what about just pieces of human? Even to us, body parts are a hot commodity. A heart is $1.4 million to transplant and worth $119,000 on the open market. Kidneys are around the $200,000 mark. Livers are $157,000 and bone marrow is $23,000 a gram. We're dealing with human economics here, but this idea can be applied to the concept that we are Earth's new cattle. We're a living organism that might be sold to someone or something somewhere in space. But what if the aliens didn't think we were delicious? What if they thought we were cute? Well, in the US, there are nearly 70 million dogs being kept as pets and 74 million cats. Brazil has 191 million feathered best friends. Would the aliens keep us as pets? Or even worse, what if they kept us in captivity and gawked at us? You know, like we do with animals in zoos. There are approximately 6,000 species in zoos around the world, about 8 million animals in total. The aliens may not have as much variety in human zoos, but they sure are an entertaining bunch. Imagine a group of alien children on a school trip, watching you in your natural habitat. See, children, lectures the alien headmistress. The human is on its phone again. So there's not a lot to look forward to. But it makes us think about what the aliens would get out of Earth in the first place. Well, the Earth looks like a nice place to set up shop. On paper, Earth has plate tectonics that help to keep the climate stable, a global magnetic field that keeps solar winds from getting close, and the added bonus of a moon that stops Earth from wobbling on its axis too much. That combination would look appealing to the aliens, and it's something they might have a difficult time finding anywhere else. And what about us? Well, we already know we'd not only be delicious, but profitable. With the aliens having a monopoly on the human market, they could start making more rewarding changes to their new home. Considering that they're intelligent enough to travel light years to get here, how hard could it be to redevelop a planet? The truth is, we don't know for sure what the aliens' plans would be. This is only one of several scenarios that could happen if we faced an alien invasion. Scientists have pieced together a pretty clear picture of what life was like on Earth thousands, even millions of years ago. But if you fast forward 1 million years from now, would alien civilization be doing the same to learn about us? What would Earth look like 1 million years from now? What remains of human civilization would still be around? And would we end up clones in a human version of Jurassic Park? This is What If. And here's what would happen if aliens came to Earth 1 million years in the future. We're living in the Anthropocene epoch. And in this historical period, the human impact on the world around us has been significant enough to geologically alter it. 100 years from now, it could be an era defined by ecological collapse and mass extinction. Big bummer, right? Now, there's no way for us to know how or when our species may take its final walk on our home planet. A team of alien scientists could find evidence of nuclear fallout, climate change, or maybe a massive asteroid that ended our existence. Or maybe they'd even find us already living on another planet. Maybe 1 million years from now, you'd be an alien on board a starship that has just entered into orbit around Earth. But despite your best efforts to scan the planet below for intelligent life, you'd find nothing. Your trip down to the surface would be slightly delayed by an ongoing supervolcanic eruption. The planet would be blanketed in the darkness of ash. You might even have to wait a few years for your alien crew to clean it up before you could even land. Finally, you'd get approval to visit Earth. Down there, you'd find everything to be barren and lifeless. Storms, fires, and earthquakes would have erased nearly all signs of immediately visible life. But your team of archaeologists and paleontologists would know that if they wanted to find evidence of past civilizations, they better start digging. You'd be investigating what are called boundary layers. These are geological signatures that indicate a transition from one period to the next. So you'd be looking for animal and plant fossils, as well as changes in rock layers. You could find a thin layer of clay that marks the boundary to our Anthropocenic era. The top layer would contain not much more than small fossilized remains of a few plant species. The layer below would contain older rock, but not only that, there would be an abundance of diverse plant fossils. This would be a breakthrough for your team, as they now confirm there was some form of mass extinction period. As you searched through this layer, the nature of what happened to Earth over the past million years would be revealed. You'd discover an unnatural amount of carbon deposits from fossil fuel emissions, evidence of global temperature changes, and widespread chemical pollutants. But
dami mo ng absent. Sakit pa ulit ang ngipin mo.
Use Colgate Maximum Cavity Protection with Calcium Plus Tibay Formula para patibayan ng ngipin laban sa cavities.
But the effects of climate change may have reversed themselves over the 1 million years humans have been absent. If your team were to uncover the regions where our coastal populations used to be, you could excavate the remains of cities relatively well preserved in the sedimentary rock. Imagine discovering the ancient subway tunnels and sewers of New York. But nothing you would find would be in pristine condition. Bricks would have gone from their characteristic red to gray, and steel would have rusted and dissolved, leaving only imprints in the soil. Finally, you'd make the biggest discovery of all: fossilized human bones. Just like the dinosaurs, these too would most likely only be found encased in sedimentary rock. Almost all of the fossils of dinosaurs that we discover today are from species that would have lived near lakes or rivers that flooded. Floods covered their remains in mud and silt very quickly, and this prevented their bones from rotting. The same would apply to Homo sapiens. Your alien team would piece together the puzzle that many of these human fossils were the result of catastrophic floods or tsunamis. And based on how much these bones have fused with the rocks around them, your team could start to assemble a timeline of our unfortunate demise. Usually, bones take decades to decompose. If buried in a dry environment like a funeral casket, they could last for 100 years. Mummified bones can survive thousands of years. Finding any of these would tell your team that the last humans to walk the Earth weren't all that far in the past. But discovering only fossilized remains would reveal our extinction point being further back than you'd hoped. There wouldn't be any samples of soft tissues like muscles, just rocks that used to be bones. Oh, but you'd probably find fossilized plastic in the layers of sedimentary rock too. It's not yet known how long plastic waste needs to decompose into organic matter. It could take hundreds of years, maybe thousands. Or, as you and your crew could discover, millions. What you'd keep your hopes up for would be the real Holy Grail: human DNA. The oldest DNA samples found in our modern times date back 800,000 years and come from insects and plants. But studies conclude that DNA could take about 7 million years to disintegrate. And eureka! You'd find human DNA samples trapped in ice cores in what was once Greenland. Now, the big question would be, what do you do with them? Study human genetics for scientific purposes, or have a little fun. One idea would be to clone these ancient humans. You could even create some kind of Jurassic Park filled with people, except it would be called Anthropocene Park. And based on all that you put together about our tragic history, there would be so many entertaining things to do in this amusement park. Maybe you could clone other animals and play a game of mass extinction. The winner would be the one who could kill the most species in the shortest amount of time. You could dig for hidden oil reserves, increase carbon emissions for fun to watch icebergs melt. Or how about a game of nuclear war? Sadly though, you and the other scientists probably wouldn't be able to figure out what life was like for humans at the end of our civilization.
Nurture a gifted brain. Raise a gifted kid. With ProMill.
We might not be alone in the universe. Scientists from all over the world have their eyes and ears wide open, trying to detect signals of life beyond our planet. But we're a bit tired of just sitting and waiting. So hop on our spacecraft, because today you have a very important mission: to search for alien life. How would we prepare for this journey? What kind of life would we be looking for? And what would happen if we found it? This is What If, and here's what would happen if we went on a search for alien life. So far, we've detected over 4,000 exoplanets in our galaxy, and there may be as many as trillions. To make your expedition easier, you'd need to consult with NASA first. NASA has developed the Confidence of Life Detection Scale, or COLD, to measure progress in life detection research. The scale has 7 levels, ranging from signal detection to follow-up studies once life beyond Earth is confirmed. First, you'd need to look for biosignatures. This is physical evidence of past or present life on another planet, such as chemical compounds or molecules that indicate biological processes. If an alien astronomer was taking measurements of Earth, they'd look for oxygen and methane. Those are biosignatures that indicate life on our planet. If you're a celestial technology geek, you might scan for technosignatures. These are signs showing the negative uses of technology that cause artificial air pollution. This means aliens could figure out we exist because of all that smog we send into the atmosphere. Embarrassing, right? Now that you know what to look for, where would you look for it? You could start this search in our own cosmic backyard. Alien life could be hiding on the subsurface oceans of Europa, one of Jupiter's moons, or deep beneath the surface of Mars. Ground telescopes have already detected methane on Mars, sending probes to measure surface levels. That already puts you on the 2nd level of the cold scale. Or you could go further and look for alien life on rocky planets outside our solar system. You'd need to locate planets orbiting a star in its habitable zone. That's the area where a planet is not too close to the star and not too far, allowing for temperatures to be just right for liquid water to form. Scientists have already done the hard work for you here. Using the Kepler Object of Interest Exoplanet Archive, researchers identified systems that might have rocky planets that meet the criteria. They found 24 super-habitable planets. And one of them is very promising. KOI 5715.01 is roughly 1 billion years older than Earth, which means it's had enough time for life to develop. Scientists estimate that the best chance of discovering life is on planets between 5 and 8 billion years old. That makes KOI 5715.01 a perfect candidate. Now, while it's a bit cooler than our planet, it could support life if it contained enough greenhouse gases. Okay, so let's say you detected biosignatures on KOI 5715.01. Now, you've got yourself a potentially habitable exoplanet. NASA would then have to confirm that there were no measurement errors and that the planet really has the potential to host life. The next step would be to predict what type of source could generate such a signal. Scientists would need to confirm this signature couldn't have come from a non-biological source. Once that was done, you'd be on level 4 of the cold scale. At this level, scientists would test the signal with other advanced measurement methods. NASA's powerful James Webb Space Telescope would confirm the exoplanet contains a strong signature for life.
Pag nakikita ko ang mga ngiti nila, yan ang best part ng araw ko. Pero ngayon, may nawawalang ngiti na naman.
And you would be able to proudly say you found alien life. And then scientists would be able to kickstart follow-up studies at level 7. That means you'd now be ready to fasten your seatbelt and see these aliens for yourself. But how would you get there? Yeah, that's when things get tricky. KOI 5715.01 is located almost 3,000 light years away from us. That's 700 times further away than Proxima Centauri, the closest star to our solar system. If we used developing ionic propulsion engines, it would take over 55 million years to get there. You'd have to make use of some futuristic solutions, like a laser sail. This technology uses ultra-thin mirrors to capture the momentum of light from stars, and then uses this momentum to push a spacecraft to high speeds. If you managed to build laser sails with diameters of 320 kilometers, you might be able to reach KOI 5715.01 in about 8,500 years. Setting aside the fact that you wouldn't live that long, what would you find once you got there? Alien life could be extremely complex or very basic, and the alien's appearance would depend on the world they evolved on. Things like gravity, density, and the amount of energy given off by its star. They would probably have something that resembles fingers or tentacles to build tools. And since 2 legs and 2 arms are more efficient than 4 legs, the aliens might have evolved to walk upright. You want to invite them for a stroll? Well, first, you'd need to figure out their... While your journey to find alien life might be successful in our hypothetical story, in reality, it's still very far-fetched. With technology evolving to detect signals from outer space, we might be able to identify them at some point, but there would still be the issue of getting to them. This not-so-little piece of equipment could change astronomy forever. And it could be about to find alien life. Maybe in a matter of days. What is this powerful new tool? How could it detect life in galaxies far away? And if it does find life, what would happen next? This is What If, and here's what would happen if the James Webb Telescope found alien life. The James Webb Space Telescope launched into space on December 25th, 2021. Its mission? To study the history of our universe. From the afterglow of the Big Bang to the formation of solar systems like our own. This large infrared telescope is 100 times more powerful than the Hubble telescope. It has 18 separate mirrored 1.5 million kilometers away from the Earth. It should be able to see us first. If you were looking for signs of life on distant exoplanets, you wouldn't look for little green aliens. You'd look for biosignatures. In other words, characteristics in a planet's atmosphere that could be evidence of life in the past or present. Imagine an alien astronomer from a distant galaxy pointing a telescope toward Earth. The biosignatures they'd make note of are the presence of oxygen and methane in our atmosphere. Without life forms breathing these two gases in and out, these elements would react with others and disappear. So the James Webb Telescope will look for the presence of oxygen and methane too. First, you'd need to detect the presence of an exoplanet around a distant star. You could do this through the transit method. As a planet passes in front of a star, you'd observe its light slightly diminishing. After that planet passes in front of its star many times, you'd have enough data to take measurements of its atmosphere. You'd be able to see how much light goes through its atmosphere, and you could determine what atmospheric elements exist there based on the way the light disperses. With a telescope as powerful as the Webb, you could gather enough data after a planet has passed its star as few as 5 to 10 times. Yeah, so after only 20 hours of investigating a planet, you could detect conditions for life. But then what?
100% for sure gonna die!
Well, you probably wouldn't go public with this information right away. You'd probably want to follow the confidence of life detection scale, commonly referred to as COLD. This is an approach that scientists at NASA are looking to establish. It would set up a new framework for discussing how close we are to finding life beyond our planet. The scale would have 7 levels. Level 1 would be the detection of biosignatures. As more data is collected, you'd climb the scale to level 7. At this point, you'd likely find alien life. And that's when the whole world freaks out and powerful aliens beam down to conquer our planet. Right? Not exactly. If we discover life using the Webb telescope, it would be more than likely that we are the powerful, intelligent beings. The bombshell announcement of alien life would be a lot less dramatic than the movies suggest. It could take decades. Be prepared for a slow progression of countless mini announcements. And remember that the distances between Earth and exoplanets of interest are vast. So if you decided to take an interstellar trip to one of those, like the exoplanet TRAPPIST-1e, it would take you decades. But scientists believe that this planet may have atmospheric conditions similar to ours, or at least similar to the Earth 2.5 to 4 billion years ago. So maybe we could find microscopic life there. A discovery like this would elicit many different reactions. For you, it could be a dream come true. But for others, it could be concerning. It could affect